Oh, you. Oh, really?
Alrighty, we will now reconvene the regular annual organization and regular board meeting. Dr. Perez, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Happy to do that if everyone would please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I want to recognize that our district and school campuses are located in the village of Paspenga. I want to acknowledge that this land we refer to as Orange County is the unceded and traditional lands of the Gabrieleño Tongva Nation and the Juaneño Band of Mission Indians, a Hashiman Nation. These lands were taken through a process of colonization, physical, and cultural genocide. I want to pay my respects to elders, both past and present, as well as the Tongva and Hashiman youth who have attended and are currently attending our schools and neighboring districts. Okay, Ms. Quiroz, do we have any action items to report out from closed session?
We do. In closed session, by a vote of 5-0, the board took action to appoint Tania Garcia to the position of Director of Budget and Accounting. Moved by Ms. Brazier Aceves, seconded by Ms. Magdaleno. Board members with the yes vote, Mr. Bustos, Ms. Brazier Aceves, Ms. Magdaleno, Dr. Alvarez, and Ms. Lepsak. In closed session, by a vote of 5-0, the board took action to appoint Maricesi Hernandez to the position of Director of Special Education. Moved by Ms. Brazier Aceves, seconded by Ms. Magdaleno. Board members with a yes vote, Mr. Bustos, Ms. Brazier Aceves, Ms. Magdaleno, Dr. Alvarez, and Ms. Lepsak. In closed session, by a vote of 5-0, the board took action to appoint Mayra Sanchez to the position of Coordinator of Student Achievement. Moved by Ms. Brazier Aceves, seconded by Ms. Lepsak. Board members with the yes vote, Mr. Bustos, Ms. Brazier Aceves, Ms. Magdaleno, Dr. Alvarez, and Ms. Lepsak. In closed session, by a vote of 5-0, the board took action to appoint Tan Tran to the position of Manager of Budget. Moved by Ms. Lepsak, seconded by Ms. Brazier Aceves. Board members with the yes vote, Mr. Bustos, Ms. Brazier Aceves, Ms. Magdaleno, Dr. Alvarez, and Ms. Lepsak. In closed session, by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the resignation agreement and general release of certificated employee as named in closed session, employee ID number 15602, effective May 30th, 2026. Moved by Ms. Brazier Aceves, seconded by Ms. Lepsak. Board members with the yes vote, Mr. Bustos, Ms. Brazier Aceves, Ms. Magdaleno, Dr. Alvarez, and Ms. Lepsak. That concludes action taken in closed session. For interpretation services into Spanish, please see Mr. Vargas, who is sitting right behind me. Para servicios de interpretación a español, por favor, pase con el señor Vargas, quien se encuentra sentado detrás de mí. Should you require ASL interpretation, please take a seat to the left of the room. In the front, child care services are being provided in room 126. Se ofrecen servicios de cuidado de niños en el salón 126. Gracias. Thank you.
All right, with that, I am going to actually open the annual organization meeting. I want to provide some context for our community and folks who are with us here tonight. At this meeting, the board will be electing a president, a vice president, and a clerk from its membership. We will also be approving a schedule of regular and special board meetings that will be for the 2026 school year, and designate board representatives to serve on committees and commissions. I want to actually walk folks through the process so that everybody understands what's happening. As we go through and look to elect a president, vice president, and clerk, the nominations do not require a second. So sometimes when our board is up here and you hear them make a motion, they'll look for a second. That is not required. It's not part of the protocol for the organizational portion of the meeting. So nominations for the officers do not require a second. The nominations will be taken from the floor. That means that folks here will be able to chime in and make their nominations. I will close the nominations and call for a vote, starting with the first nominee. A majority vote is required for the election. If no nominee receives a majority of the board vote, the voting continues until a majority is achieved. So I just want to make sure that everybody in attendance and our board know the protocol and how we will be going about having our board elect our president, vice president, and clerk. And so with that, nominations are now in order for the office of president. Are there any nominations?
I nominate Board Member Brazier Aceves.
Ms. Brazier Aceves, do you accept that nomination?
Yes, I would be proud to accept that nomination. Thank you.
I'd like to self-nominate myself for board president.
Thank you. I will assume then you are accepting that nomination. Thank you. Okay, hearing no other nominations, we are going to move for nominations for board presidents are now closed, and we'll proceed with a motion to elect, starting with our first nominee. So is there a motion to appoint Ms. Caitlin Brazier Aceves to the office of president?
Motion.
Second, and this part we do need a second, so it is seconded by, is there anyone who will second that?
I'll second it.
And then we will ask for the vote.
Sorry, Miss, Dr. Perez, is there any opportunity for discussion before, ahead of the vote? I don't know if that's part of the protocol or not.
No, there is
Okay,
not.
thank you. I don't- oh.
Okay, so I do see 3 yes vote for the nomination for Ms. Brazier Aceves for president, with 1 nay and 1 abstention. So with that, we do have our majority 3-vote nomination that would then allow for our new incoming president to be Ms. Brazier Aceves. And I do not have the gavel. So the gavel is to be passed to our new president, who will now actually preside over the remainder of the meeting and will carry out the rest of the election process for the board. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues, and thank you to Mr. Bustos for your incredible leadership. I have some big footsteps to follow, so thank you for all that you've done this past year for our team and for our students, and leading with the students first always. So thank you, and I'm honored to serve our governance team and our community. Look forward to working with our team in this capacity. So just thank you. It's an honor. So I will move on now to our next position. So nominations are now in order for the office of vice president. Are there any nominations for vice president? We have Ms. Lebsack on the speakers list.
I'd like to nominate Dr. Alvarez.
And Dr. Alvarez, do you accept the nomination?
I respectfully decline, and I would like to nominate Board Member Magdaleno.
Thank you. Board Member Magdaleno, do you, wait, okay, yes. So, do you accept the nomination?
I accept the nomination.
Okay, and then I would also like to make a nomination for Mr. Bustos. Do you accept the nomination, Mr. Bustos?
I will accept, thank you.
Okay. So, hearing no further nominations for board vice president. No further nominations, correct? Team? Okay. Nominations for board vice president are now closed, and we will proceed with a motion to elect with the first nominee, which would be Ms. Magdaleno. Is there a motion to appoint Ms. Magdaleno to the office of vice president?
Motion.
Okay. Motion by Dr. Alvarez. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Seconded by Ms. Magdaleno. So we will take it to a vote. Okay. Okay. So at this point, so I think we will move on to the next. Oh. Okay. So at this point, we would move on to our second nominee of Mr. Bustos. If we have a motion, or is there a motion? I will.
I motion.
Okay, a motion by Ms. Magdaleno. Is there a second? I will second. So we'll take it to a vote. I'm not sure if the results are having technical difficulty. Okay. Read them out loud. Okay. So I have them here on the screen. So we have 4 in favor and 1 no. Dr. Alvarez as a no. Mr. Bustos as a yes. Ms. Brazier Aceves as a yes. Ms. Lebsack as a yes. And Ms. Magdaleno as a yes. So with that, congratulations to our new vice president, Mr. Bustos. Okay. So at this moment, at this time, nominations are now in order for the. Okay. Ms. Lebsack, go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Dr. Alvarez.
Dr. Alvarez, do you accept?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
It's about time.
And Mr. Bustos?
I'd like to nominate Board Member Magdaleno.
Okay. Board Member Magdaleno, do you accept?
I guess I'll try one more time.
Thank you. Okay. So we'll now vote in order. So we'll start with the first nomination of Dr. Alvarez. So we'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do we have a motion to move forward with Dr. Alvarez as clerk?
I make a motion.
Okay, motioned by Trustee Lebsack. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Dr. Alvarez. Okay, we can go ahead and vote. Okay. Okay. So we have a 4 yes, 1 abstain, with Dr. Alvarez as a yes vote, Mr. Bustos as an abstain, Ms. Brazier Aceves as a yes, Ms. Lebsack as a yes, Ms. Magdaleno as a yes. So congratulations, Dr. Alvarez. Thank you for serving as our clerk. Okay. So congratulations, team, and thank you, everyone. At this time, we'll move on to establishment of our date and time and place of our regular and special board meetings. Is there a motion to establish the date, time, and place of regular and special board meetings for the 2025 calendar year as proposed in this agenda item? And I'll open it up, but I also would like to make a motion myself So I'm going to add myself to the, let's see, to the speaker list. So go ahead, Ms. Magdaleno, you're first on the list.
Yes, thank you, Ms. President. I would like to make a friendly proposal regarding our 2026 meeting dates. This proposal is intended to make our meetings more focused, efficient, and impactful. By slightly reducing the number of regular meetings, we can ensure that the board time is spent on deeper policy, work, student outcomes, and community priorities. So I will be proposing that we hold our meetings on the second Tuesday of each month, with the exception of July and December, as those meetings are dates that are required under the superintendent's contract. I will go ahead and read the dates, and then we can have discussion after about how the rest of the board feels. Let me know if you're going to write them down. I can wait.
Yeah, give us 1 second to get ready for those dates.
So it should also be on the agenda item, so they're not taken out. It's just reducing. You ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the dates will be January 13, February 10, March 10, April 14, April 28, which is the meeting required under the superintendent's contract, May 12th, June 9th, June 16, which is the meeting that we will vote to approve our budget, July 21st, August 11, September 8th, October 13, November 10th, and December 15. Superintendent, does this seem feasible? Do we have enough time? Is this going to be efficient? Do you need more dates? Or is this okay to work with?
Given the work that we've done around streamlining things, I do feel like our team, and I'm looking over at the team who's got to make these things happen, can bring the things that the business of the board within this time frame. I will say that I want to just reiterate and continue to have that commitment around the instructional updates that we committed to providing.
So these days would work with the work that we have.
Yes.
Thank you for that clarification.
And so just to make sure I'm understanding, so essentially it's all of the first Tuesdays would remain the same, and then as well as in addition, the meetings that are outlined by the superintendent's contract?
Correct.
The additions.
It would
Okay.
be all the second Tuesdays of every month, except those under the superintendent's contract and the December 15 meeting.
Can I provide a clarification? I heard July 21st, which is one that is not in the contract, but an adjustment to it being off schedule from the second Tuesday of every month.
And would you still like to have that meeting included?
Yes, that is fine. I just wanted to
Okay.
clarify that all of our board understood that.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I have a motion by Ms. Magdaleno. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion before we take it to a vote? Oh, Dr. Alvarez.
I just had a couple of comments related to policies. At the last meeting or 2 meetings ago, we went over the policy on board trainings, and at that time, we agreed to amend the policy to include that the president and the superintendent would develop a yearly calendar, and that it would be presented to the board. So the thing is, if we reduce the meeting dates, where is that going to fit in? Because that comes under a special meeting. The other thing also is that our board policy says that we have to have a board self-evaluation, which we haven't done. Since we haven't done it, that means that we need to go through training first before we can do it. So where is that going to fit into here? And not only that, but we also have a governance training that's coming forth. So the thing is, we have different trainings that are coming forth. If we are to be, in order for the superintendent to succeed, the board has to succeed. In order for us to succeed, we need to be knowledgeable regarding governance and best practice and all that stuff. And that's why we're bringing forth all of these trainings, so that the so that the board can be highly successful and focused and help the superintendent succeed, which in turn will help our students and our staff succeed. So I'm okay with reducing the number of days, but where does our governance training fit in? Where does the calendar? You guys even haven't developed a calendar. You're supposed to develop a yearly calendar. What is that going to look like? So for me, I think it's premature. I think that the superintendent and the president need to work out the calendar and some of those other things before we can decide on a calendar for the year.
Dr. Perez, do you want to speak to
Sure.
some of those questions? Thank you.
Yeah, so we are required to submit a calendar as part of our organizational meeting. So that is why if changes are happening, they need to happen within the scope of this meeting. I hear what you're saying, and I was nodding, I agree with you. I do see how, and it is part of my contract and my evaluation, that the training happens. I think putting those pieces together, our governance team training with my evaluation cycle and the closed session meetings, that, or not closed, but the scheduled meetings that we already have around my evaluation could be used in that way. So that we would keep the commitment of having the trainings, because it is part of my contract that we do that, and super important for the function of our governance team. So that can be worked into the scheduled times that are not the meetings that are the second Tuesday of every month. The interest in having a second, like something that people can rely on and not have dates get moved all over the place, is then our community does rely and they know it's the second Tuesday of every month, it's the second, so trying to provide a cadence. So the meetings that are for my evaluation and anything around governance training could be off of that cadence, if that meets the board's desire.
I think that still doesn't answer my concern. We've had conversations about the board self-evaluation, about the governance training, about all of these things to help our board become more efficient. Couldn't we do something to the tune of leaving the meetings the second as proposed, and leaving the second meeting on there, and if we don't need it, we can just cancel it? Because the thing is, how can you develop a calendar or a meeting schedule if the superintendent and the president haven't developed the yearly training calendar?
That is completely up for board to discuss. I will take direction from the board with regard to that.
President Brazier Aceves, can I chime in here? Or who's next on the speaker?
Do you want to let Ms. Lebsack go and then chime in, or do
I was
you want
going
to?
to answer the question.
Is that okay, Ms. Lebsack, if she speaks to that point? Okay.
And before coming up with these dates, I did have a conversation with the superintendent to see what can work out, and she provided these dates as a confirmation that we were able to work everything in regardless of what is coming up. So that's why I am proposing these dates, because I know our superintendent can, governs well with us, and that we will be able to handle everything that's coming our way, whether if it's a governance workshop, if it's training that we have to have. She knows that we will be able to get it done within these dates.
Thank you. Ms. Lebsack?
I mean, if there's a problem, can we just table this and vote on it at our next meeting? It cannot be, can't wait, okay.
No, it cannot. Part of the organizational meeting requires that we actually make public and have a decision made around what our proposed calendar will look like for the following year.
Ms. Magdalena, do you have anything else you want to share? Okay, no, it's okay. I'll share as well. I appreciate everyone's insight, and I think everyone brings up very important points. I do believe that we have gotten to a point as a district, since I joined the board, since Mr. Bustos and I both came on the board, that's something that I've shared publicly, like internally. That was one of the biggest things that our teams have been working on, is like cleaning up our systems and streamlining processes that can really be efficient in our organizational effectiveness. And so for that reason, I feel comfortable with moving towards the first Tuesday of the month because of that trust in the leadership. And then I do believe that it would allow to Ms. Magdalena's point, I do believe it would allow for our staff to give back time to our staff so that they can really hone in on the work around our academic achievement, which I know our superintendent has really built the momentum around and with our team and our staff. So I see the benefits. And I also believe like as much time as we allow ourselves, we will use it, and we could always, continue. And but I think to be mindful of the work that is set in motion, and so that we can support it in that way as well. And Ms. Dr. Perez, can you please confirm, but we can always add meetings as needed if, to Dr. Alvarez's point, we find that those dates maybe we want more training as a governance team and we're not able to fit everything in, we can add.
It would be a special board meeting. So looking at what was proposed, the first half of the year actually remains almost unchanged with the number. It's the latter part of the year, which ideally we would want to have our training front-loaded and take the first half of the 2026 school year, or calendar year, I apologize, to get the training and do the work that we need to do as a governance team that this board has committed to and has been asking for, and it's been, my desire as well. There are meetings, 2 in February, 2 in March, 2 in May, 2 in June, that would allow for us to front load any of the trainings that, we deem, working with the board president, and then bringing it back to this board necessary. And when that calendar is done, if we need to add special board meetings, we can always do that.
Okay, thank you. And I think we're just in a specific situation here where we're trying something different. And for some of us may feel like, I feel like we're ready to try something different, but the timeline of the county, right, we have to submit today while we're having this conversation. So was there anybody else on the speaker list? I don't have access, so I want to make sure I'm not missing
Who's
anybody.
on the list?
Dr. Alvarez?
I have concerns regarding this proposal. I'm okay with cutting back on meetings. I'm okay with ending early. I think over the course since the beginning of the year, we've gotten better and more efficient in our agendas. Using Council Great City Schools student-focused outcome guidelines, our board agendas went from 35% efficient to 50 to, I think right now we're up to about 75, 80%. So we have made some improvements, but realistically, right now we have 2 board meetings a month, and we're here to 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. So we're here 11:30, 12 o'clock at night when we have 2 board meetings. I think that we are making progress, but I don't think we're at the stage right now where we can definitely say, oh yeah, we can get all business done in one meeting.
Thank you for that. And just lastly, I will add one of the things that one of the reasons why I am hopeful that we may be able to and should be able to get the board's business and the district's business done within a timely manner is that we have now implemented, one of the changes we have is that our superintendent, with the board direction, has implemented our presentations, our academic presentations and updates into the meeting and the prioritization of that. So I think we've made some steps to, in several areas. But with that, I'll pass it to Mr. Bustos.
Yeah, just quickly some comments about kind of, where I am here. I think for me, the most important thing is that by cutting down on meetings, we're not jeopardizing the instructional focus of our board meetings, right? That's what we've set out to do during this time, and I don't want us to then not start talking about the plan that we developed, the timeline that we developed, and we all saw that we move away from that, right? So if you've you've already had conversations with your team about being able to cut down this timeline or cut down board meetings? Have you?
I have when the ask was made. I had a couple of individually board members ask, is it doable? Is there the possibility? I did go to our cabinet team. I think you guys all know me. The first thing was like the academic pieces, that stays at the forefront. What do we need in addition to that time? And so we looked at really our budget cycle, because that's the other piece that is super critical and is required. So we mapped those things in. And so it forces efficiency. I mean, and we've moved towards those efficiencies, but, for example, our team is looking at bringing, being more organized and bringing things, you already see evidence of that, like our field trips, not every single board meeting, so it doesn't take, that conversation every single board meeting, bringing things in a more, partners, our agreements with partners in a certain time of year. And I'm just going to be, super transparent. It's what I said to some board members who asked me. The reality is we shouldn't be bringing so many contracts this late in the year. If they're not approved before the school year starts, that means that students aren't getting access to those resources and supports. So reality, all of those things should be done before the new academic year starts, so that we're firing on all cylinders and everybody who needs supports is getting the supports. And will there be things that are, one-offs, that's something that comes into our view, midway through the year? Yeah, there will be, but it should be few and far between. A planned organization should not be having all of, so many things coming as the school year has already started. The other thing, if I may point out, that I automatically think of is that we have done some things within the structure of our board meetings. Like we were doing performances and like different recognitions, and we have working with our union partners. I've talked with them as well about moving some of those things onto the school sites and out of the board meeting, and we calculated this. This is not something that's a secret. You can go back and look at all of the meetings. They were taking, anywhere from 20 to 45 minutes of our time, which, we will still celebrate people. We will be doing that in a different way. So I just want to remind our board about those conversations as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I shared that point, because for me, I think that's really the focus here, is that we're not losing our instructional focus during these board meetings and during the time that we have together. I think that's a priority that we should have. And again, just to remind folks that, one of our board priorities is organizational efficiency and effectiveness. And so I'm supportive of trying new things to see how they work out. If they don't work out, maybe trying something else, coming back, addressing it. I think that's the model and we've done that in the past. We've done that even with our meeting start time. We changed it. We realized it wasn't the best, so we came back, because we realized that the model that we had at first was the most effective one. So I'm not necessarily on one side or the other. I'm just kind of, and I appreciate the dialogue and to be able to hear from folks how we kind of get through this together, because ultimately, another part of the reason why sometimes our meetings go for so long is because we have folks come out, give public comment, which I respect, and I want to honor that time for folks that come out and share their perspective. Another reason is that we're pulling 20 consent items in one meeting, right? Consent calendar items really should be conversations that, as board members, we're having with our superintendent, because our superintendent has vetted all of those items, all of those topics. The questions that we bring up really should be happening during our agenda reviews. That's one way that we could be saving a lot of time and being effective with our time here. But that's just kind of where I'm at, and kind of just thinking how we save time. But I'll just share that for now.
Thank you. Dr. Alvarez?
The Council of Great City Schools has conducted research regarding board governance, and according to the framework, a highly effective meeting should last no longer than 2 hours. A highly effective school board meeting should last no longer than 2 hours, and it should focus on, have heavy focus on academics. We're nowhere near close to being able to finish a meeting in 2 hours. Tonight, we're probably going to go into 11, 12 o'clock. My concern is that if we go to one meeting a month, I don't want to be here to 2 in the morning, to 1 in the morning, to 2 in the morning. So my thing is, I'll approve this if everybody agrees to a hard stop at 10:30. Hard stop at 10:30. We'll meet once a month with hard stop at 10:30. No extensions, no exceptions. We stop at 10:30.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. Is that a sub-motion?
That is a submotion. Hard stop at 10:30, no extensions, no exceptions.
No exceptions?
No exceptions.
Can we
No
do
exceptions.
that? Okay, do I have a second to the sub-motion? Okay. Ms. Lebsack? And then maybe, hopefully
not
this might be our last comment. So speaking of our timeliness, we can move forward.
Yeah. I just think, first of all, I value public comments, and I respect people taking their time to come out and tell us their thoughts. And I don't want to squelch that, because as a board member, making important decisions, I need to hear from them. And sometimes they email, sometimes they choose to come out in person. And when we have special board meetings, they don't get a chance to do that. And I know it may take time, but we can always limit that time. And according to board policy, Dr. Alvarez, we can. We don't have to make it 3 minutes. We can say, okay, we're going to have 30 minutes of public comments, but even you can say a lot in 1 minute. So I don't want to squelch that reciprocation, because it helps me as a board member make decisions. It helps me hear from my community. And so, no, I don't think that we should be reducing it, nor do I think we should take it down to 10:30. And I think that was an exaggeration of pulling 20 consent items. But I think we should keep it as is, so that's my input.
Okay. Lastly, I wanted to share, I do know that it's, well, actually, Dr. Perez, can you share around like norms for districts, like standard meeting schedules? Is 1 meeting a month a norm in districts in the county?
I would not describe it as a norm, but there are more than a handful of districts that do have 1 meeting a month. I think, yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable to say that it's a norm, but surrounding, I know that Orange has 1. I believe Garden Grove also has 1. Gosh, I don't have the list, but we actually looked at all of that when the question was posed to us as to whether that was doable. I had that question. I wanted to know what surrounding districts were doing, just for really kind of practice.
And I asked that because I often get asked by colleagues. We just came back from the California School Board Association, and one of the questions that colleagues ask is about our meeting schedule, because I've just had a lot of folks say, that hasn't been the norm for them or their experience in surrounding districts. So I just share that because I want folks to know it's not about minimizing opportunities, right, to engage, but it's more like our organizational effectiveness and efficiency and our staff time to do the work. So I really value this conversation, and thank you to my colleagues. So at this time, we have one last speaker, so Mr. Bustos.
I'm going to make a sub motion to just approve the calendar as is. I think recognizing that we're also going to have 2 additional folks join the board, our student board members, who are also going to be weighing in on discussions. And after having thought about that and considered that, I think that there are still ways that I personally expect you as a superintendent to move us towards a direction of organizational efficiency and get us there. But I think that it might just, to Dr. Alvarez's point, it might be too big of a jump for this year. So maybe taking it step by step and getting to the point where we're not actually approving, contracts shouldn't be coming to us after July, right? There are other items that I think that we can pair up and not have to talk about every single meeting, right? We can pair them up and bunch them. But I'm just gonna make that sub-motion, just so we have another motion. I don't know if there's a second. I'll ask for a second.
Okay, so just for a point of clarification, do we start with the most recent sub-motion to see if there's a second?
There isn't, yeah.
Actually, what I realize is we
We
already
have a
have we
sub-motion.
already have that first motion, so we don't even need to do that. So let's vote on the motion, on the sub-motion, and if it fails, then we go
Then
back
we
to the
move back.
original motion.
Can I
Start with-
withdraw my motion?
Sure.
I want to withdraw my motion.
Okay. Okay, so we'll call the vote for the first motion made by Ms. Magdaleno to adjust the calendar to the first Tuesday of the month, as well as except for July and December, as well as the meetings that are outlined in the superintendent's evaluation, correct? Okay, so we'll take a vote on that. Okay.
I meant to do no.
Okay, in that case, do we re-vote or do I
No, we go
just
back
read
to
it
the
out?
original motion
Okay, so
to just approve as is.
Dr. Vers wanted to note that that was a no. Okay, so we'll go back to your sub-motion?
No, it'd be to the original motion. Ms. Quiros, who was the original motion?
To approve the date, establish the date and time and place of regular special board meetings for the 2025 calendar year as proposed on this agenda item.
Okay, and there was no, did
I don't
anybody
think there
motion
was an
that?
original motion. It was Ms. Magdaleno, but she made this,
Oh, you made a
with the
substitute.
adjustments.
Okay, so then I'll motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Just for clarification, to approve it as presented?
Is to approve it as, yes, as presented originally.
Presented with the two of month.
The schedule that's on the board docs, yes, but yes. Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second, so we can go ahead and vote. Okay, with a 4 yes, 1 no vote, the motion carries. Thank you. Nominations are in order to appoint a school board representative to the County Committee on School District Organization for the 2025 calendar year. Are there any nominations?
I'd like to nominate you, Ms. Brazier Aceves, to serve on that.
Oh, thank you. I've served on this county committee for the past, I believe, 3 years. I would like to leave it open if there's anybody else who's interested in serving in this capacity and working with the county and representing us in that space. Is there any other nominations on the floor? Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, I'll nominate myself.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Ms. Magdaleno.
Ms. Magdaleno, do you accept? Yes, okay. So in that case, we will start with, so essentially I will decline, so respectfully decline. So I will go ahead and start with the first nomination of Ms. Lebsack, and so we'll go ahead and vote on that. If that is, do I have a motion first? Do we have a motion?
Oh, I'll motion it.
Okay, okay. And so do we have a second? Okay. So So if we don't have a second, the motion fails, and we'll move to the next nominee, which would be Ms. Magdaleno. Do I have a motion?
I'll motion to select Ms. Magdaleno to serve on the committee.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Okay, we can go ahead and vote. Okay, with the 4 yes. Congratulations, Ms. Magdaleno, and thank you for serving our district in the role of the representative to the county committee on school district organization. Thank you. Okay. So our next item for the organizational meeting is the appointment to serve on the California School Board Association for the Delegate Assembly for a 2-year term. So nominations are in order to appoint this representative, a school board representative, to serve on the California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly for a 2-year term commencing April 1st, 2026. Are there any nominations? Okay. So I'll go ahead and first nominate Ms. Magdaleno.
I think I'm already a delegate, so you have to nominate someone else.
Okay, so
We get two,
it's only
so-
Dr. Alvarez's position that's up? Okay, okay, thank you. Well, I'm glad you're serving. So I'll go ahead to Mr. Bustos.
I'd like to nominate Dr. Alvarez to serve in this role.
Dr. Alvarez, do you accept?
Oh, man. I would rather somebody else do it, but if nobody else wants to do it, I'll do it.
I'll nominate Ms. Katie Brazier Aceves, President, sorry.
Thank you. I think I'm in the same boat, especially stepping into this role, so I will respectfully decline, although it was a really great experience, and ultimately, we do want to have two of us there to represent our team for the community to know that it's not all districts that get 2 seats at this statewide table to shape policy and really like lobby for what's best for our students. So are there any other nominations?
Can I nominate Mr. Hector Bustos?
Okay, Mr. Bustos, do you accept?
Yes, I'll accept.
Okay. So, Dr. Alvarez, was that a yes or I'm just wondering how to go about it as far as voting as the first nomination. Should we start with?
I said that if nobody else was willing to do it, so basically that was a decline.
Okay.
No, I'm willing to do it,
Okay.
but I'm not part of the club.
Okay. Okay. So since Dr. Alvarez has declined, so we will. I'll open for a motion for Mr. Bustos to serve in this role, and I'll go ahead and motion.
I'll second.
Okay. We'll go ahead and vote. Okay. So with the 4 yes vote, with Ms. Lebsack abstaining, the motion carries. So congratulations and thank you, Mr. Bustos, for serving our school and students in that capacity. Okay, so that concludes our organizational meeting. We can go ahead and recess for a short break. So, thank you, everybody. we'll reconvene our meeting at this time, and I want to invite my colleagues on the board to join me in the audience. Maybe we can stand to the side so that we can watch the students as Ms. Lebsack provides the board member recognition for this month. So if we want to maybe stand up after you share, Ms. Lebsack, and then if the students are going to perform after that. Okay.
Hello, everybody. They're lined up because they need to get set up for translation, and I'm sorry about that. Perfect. Okay. Well, earlier this school year, we awarded our employees for longevity. We have many employees in Santa Ana Unified who have faithfully served our students and community for multiple decades, 25 to 35 years. And we are grateful for that kind of stability and commitment from the credentialed and classified employees in our district. So when it came to choosing who or what to recognize, I wanted to recognize one of our district's partnering organizations also for their longevity. Longevity is important because it helps create culture, tradition, and generations of relational credibility in the Santa Ana community. Today, I am recognizing the organization Toyama. Toyama was established in 1991 by the Casales family, and since then has been a partner in education with the Santa Ana Unified School District in many capacities, such as Career Day, after-school karate programs, day camp, field trips, structured recess, and business partnerships. The Master Chief Instructor of Toyama is Shehan Rodolfo Casales, who is, watch out now, he's a 7th year black belt. 7th degree, sorry. Araceli Casales, his wife. Where are you, Araceli? Come over here, Araceli. She's is the community liaison, also known as the boss. And their son, Sensei Jerry Casales, is a 5th degree black belt and the program director and instructor. Since 1991, Toyama has graduated over 375 black belts in the Santa Ana community. And since 2001, Toyama has been teaching martial arts in SAUSD's after-school program to help students of all ages develop character, physical and mental discipline, and to build a champion mentality. Toyama hires alumni from their program so they can lead the next generation through example. I could go on, but I want to give them and their alumni time to speak and show you all that they do for our students, community, and families. Congratulations to the Casales family, and thank you for making a difference in SAUSD and in Santa Ana. It's so cool to watch this family work together to serve their community. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Rodolfo Casales. I am Shehan. I am 7th degree black belt. And just to want to say thank you for this recognition. Karate is a way of the life. And my mission is to continue teaching future generation. Thank you.
I'm very happy that I put it in writing because I don't want to take too much of the time. Good afternoon, Superintendent Lorraine Perez. Thank you for receiving me. And esteemed board members and everyone joining us today. Thank you. My name is Araceli Casales, and I am truly honored and delighted by the recognition of Toyama Karate-Do Academy. As the Casales family, our mission has always been to support the students in this district, helping them achieve their academic goals and fostering their self-belief. Thanks to the leadership of Superintendent Al Mijares, we have had the privilege of bringing the discipline of Karate-Do to all 52 schools in Santa Ana for more than 30 years. Karate-do is more than just a martial arts. A lot of parents, they said, oh, this is better than any other activity, but it's part of the life. Karate-do is more than just a martial arts because it embodies a philosophy where there is no room for bad intentions, only defense and discipline. We are proud to contribute to the growth and success of our students through this wonderful practice. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to serve our community. I'm very proud that we can say we have a teacher in Valley High School who was one of our students, and he visited me and says, thank you very much for the opportunity you gave me. His name is Hector Gonzalez. Lorraine Ruiz, who is working also here in the district. And I can mention a lot of the students who now are working for the district. Okay, thank you very much. And I really appreciate it. I'm so happy. And I want to congratulate the students too, because as I said, the flowers I received are not for me, are for my students. It's for all parents. And thank you for the support.
So I can speak for days, so I'm going to make sure I make it quick about them real quick. My name is Sensei Jerry. I'm a 5th degree black belt. I was brought in with martial arts, not as a personal choice, but as a trade for family. We have been in this community since 1991, and we can say that we're the leaders at martial arts when it comes to after-school programming. As a studio, we're ranked top 10 in the country for developing some of the best champions on the mat. But I think the pride that we have as an organization on behalf of Toyama, our instructors, students, parents, doctors, lawyers, teachers. I had a police officer who was on his way here and got a call. These are all individuals that went through our program at some capacity, whether it's at our studio, whether it's in the after-school program that has evolved. I'm glad to see some of our admin from the Engage 360 who we have a great program. What you'll see today is a couple students from our studio, our competition team, and our after-school program all combined. And it just took one day to get them together because they all get the same type of martial arts. We are more beyond kicks and punches. Our goal is to develop students through character, leadership, discipline, but the most important is a champion's mindset. If they can become a champion in our dojo and have that mindset, they can take on different challenges. And I think that speaks for itself on all the stuff that these students are doing. I'm a product of this community. I've definitely went to all the schools here. I was raised in martial arts, and I share this award. And on behalf of Toyama, the students, teachers, lawyers, everybody who we've brought up, I think there's no better way to say thank you but to show you what the investment in our community has been over the last few years. So thank you very much. And let's go ahead and give Sensei another big round of applause because he's the mind behind this whole thing. So, all right, real quick, stand up, Musudashi. So I know we're going to do a quick demo. If you don't mind maybe catching a better seat, that'd be great. Yeah. Ready, Musudashi? Ready, bow. Hey. All right, set it up. Let's go. Musudashi. Bow. Hey. Hashidashi. Horse position, kiai. Maite. Seikensuki, kiai. Punch. H. Knee. San. Shi. High block defense. H. Knee. San. Shi. Double up. H. Knee. H. Knee. H. Knee. Inside defense. H. Knee. San. Shi. Hashidashi. 10 jumping jack serve. Maite. 1 serve, 2 serve, 3 serve, 4 serve, 5 serve, 6 serve, 7 serve, 8 serve, 9 serve, 10 serve. Musubidashi. Bow. Domarigato. After school program. Musubidashi. Go ahead and bow. Ready position. Hashidashi. Bottom block defense. Kiai. 1. Kiai. Middle block defense. 2. Kiai. High block defense. 3. Kiai. Inside defense. 4. Kiai. Straight punch. Kiai. 1. Kiai. Knee down punch. 2. Kiai. 3 punch. Kiai. San. Kiai. Hashidashi. Musubidashi. And bow. Musubidashi. Bow. Hey. E. H. Knee. San. H. Knee. San. E. Cut. Backside dive. Loose through that sheet. Take one step back to give you guys a little bit more room. Go ahead and bow. Hey. E. Backside dive. Okay, in the end. Let's do it. Sudashi. Bow. Domo arigato. Next time, Sudashi. Hey! Bravo! Bravo! Amen! Amen! Stand up, Mr. Yoshi. Let's go ahead and face your audience. So on behalf of Toyama, we accept this award. Thank you very much for the years of longevity that you are celebrating with us. We have shared it with you. And this is a product of the little things that we do when it comes to the magic of martial arts, which is to turn kids into champions no matter where they go. So thank you very much. Musubidashi. Hey! Arigato samasta. Domo arigato. Domo arigato. Thank you, brother. Domo arigato samasta. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank
So we'll follow lead. We'll get out right now. Vénganse. Come on in, you guys go in the front. All right, guys, let's go face the front. Guys, I guess we get closer, get closer. Guard up, this is a ballet, guys, let's go. Ready? Up! 1, 2, 3, all right, let's go. All right, on me, guys. Let's go.
Okay. Next, we have our staff recognitions and acknowledgements. So I'll invite Ms. Flores up to lead us in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. It's always my pleasure to be able to introduce our Certificate and Classified Employees of the Month. I would first like to introduce Tracy Rivera, who is our teacher at Garfield Elementary School, and I would like to invite up Tracy and also Principal Carrie Braun, and also Assistant Principal Ms. Chinberry.
It's Tracy Rica, correct?
Rica. Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Perez, members of the board, members of cabinet, ladies and gentlemen. It is with distinct honor to formally recognize Garfield's third grade teacher, Mrs. Tracy Ricca, as the December Certificated Employee of the Month. Tracy exemplifies the higher standards of professional excellence and consistently exceeds expectations in her service to students, families, colleagues, and the greater Garfield community. Through her commitment to high-quality instruction, strong relationships, and an unwavering focus on students' success, Tracy cultivates a classroom environment in which all students feel valued, supported, and motivated to achieve. Her work reflects a deep understanding of both the academic and social-emotional needs of students, resulting in meaningful and sustained student growth. Tracy is widely respected among her Garfield peers for her professionalism, collaborative spirit, and positive leadership. She contributes significantly to the Garfield school community through her active participation on school committees, her mentorship of new and veteran teachers, and her ongoing support of our cost team through the collection and organization of critical student data. Tracy consistently demonstrates exceptional initiative and reliability. She is frequently the first to volunteer at Garfield when additional support is needed and approaches every responsibility with integrity, diligence, and a commitment to excellence. Her leadership, work ethic, and dedication set a standard of professionalism that positively influences both staff and students. Tracy's impact on Garfield's school community is profound, and we acknowledge the influence that she, as such a dedicated and caring educator, can have on our school. She is a valued educator, a trusted colleague, and a model of excellence amongst our community. It is with great respect and appreciation that I congratulate and honor Tracy as the December Certificated Employee of the Month. Please join me in congratulating Mrs. Tracy Ricca. Ms. Ricca, would you like to say a few words?
I'll just say thank you. I don't want to say any words. Sorry.
Okay. Should you stand in the middle?
No, I'll stand on the edge.
Okay.
I'll stand on the edge. Look at all this. Okay, that's 2 pictures. She told me I only need to take 1.
Congratulations, Ms. Rika, and we'll call you back up after the next recognition, which is our classified employee, and then we'll do individual photos with the board.
Thank you. So next I would like to recognize Alexis Soto, who is our licensed vocational nurse at Harvey Elementary. So I'd like to invite up Ms. Soto and also our principal, Mr. Katsubo.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Perez. It is my honor to recognize Carl Harvey's wonderful LVN, Miss Alexis Soto. From the moment she arrives each morning, Alexis brings something incredibly special to our campus. A warm smile and a calm, caring presence that instantly makes students and staff feel supported. She consistently shows up with positivity, kindness, and a genuine desire to help our community thrive. Alexis goes far beyond the responsibilities of her role. Yes, she takes exceptional care of our students' health and well-being, but she also pours her heart into the little things that make our school feel like home. Whether she's comforting a worried student, offering an encouraging word to a staff member, or even helping students rehearse for the talent show, she is always there, giving more than is asked. And by the way, she also leads the cheer team at Godinez High School. Our students absolutely love her. They know that when they walk into her office, they'll be greeted with patience, compassion, and someone who truly listens. And for our staff, Alexis is a constant source of encouragement. Her positivity lifts others up and reminds us of what it means to serve with a heart. We thank her for the countless ways she contributes to Carl Harvey Elementary. Her dedication, joy, and unwavering support makes our school special. We are truly blessed to have her as a part of our school family. So congratulations.
I just want to say that I'm really grateful and honored to be here. I am really grateful to be a nurse at Harvey Elementary and a coach at Godinez High School. it's a blessing to be able to support our students and give back to the community that I was born and raised in. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to invite the board to take photos with the staff that were recognized, and we can start with Ms. Soto. Congratulations again to our certificated and classified staff. We appreciate everything you do, and congratulations. We will now move to the superintendent's report. Dr. Perez, will you provide your report at this time? Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I have just a few updates. Wanted to share that we have budget town hall meetings that are coming up next week, Monday, December 15th. We have an in-person that will happen at McFadden Institute of Technology from 9 to 3:30, and as well as a virtual 5:30 to 7. This will give folks an opportunity to get a glimpse at the budget and the budget process. We will share updates, answer questions, and gather feedback. Additional meetings will be scheduled later in the year as well. We do want to invite our families, our staff, and our partners to join us so that your voice is heard and we can take your input into consideration as we start to shape things as we work through this year and start mapping and planning for future years. I look forward to seeing folks there. I also want to recognize that we are in the time of SENA. For those of you who don't know about SENA, this is, SENA stands for Caring Educators Nourishing All, and it is something that is, has taken place in our district for many, many years. And it is in partnership with our Santa Ana Public Schools Foundation. And so donations are currently being collected. It is definitely an annual tradition. I'll tell you that before I was ever even part of SAUSD, my introduction to SAUSD was SENA. I'm looking over along with Lisa Solomon. That was my first introduction to her as well, was through SENA. And so this is a community-wide effort to support our students and families. So please, at this time, what you can give, please give. I can tell you, and we know this about life, those things come back to you tenfold. So if you have something to give, please think of our families and make those donations. Thank you. Oh, you know what? What's very important, actually, I'm looking at this. We have a December 19th drop-off deadline, so that's super important. Keep that in mind. I also want to thank, and we are very blessed and fortunate in our district to have so many people that partner with us and are giving and think of our families and our students. And one of those, or two of those folks are Kiwanis and local Elks. So I also want to recognize the Kiwanis Club of Santa Ana for its annual holiday gift of giving event. As well, this organization and this event supported over 100 students from 5 schools through a special shopping experience at Target, which many of our staff participated in. Some of our cabinet members were able to join that and be alongside our students for their shopping outing last week. And so just really want to express appreciation for the volunteers, including our SAUSD staff, who've taken time to be alongside our students during that event. So thank you very much. And then lastly, the thing about gratitude, there's so much to be grateful for. We could land on the things that are hard about times right now, but when we enter into a space from gratitude, it just uplifts everybody's spirit. I'm thankful for so much, and I hope that folks take the holidays as a time for reflection and really do that self-care, rest, be in space with people that you love and enjoy being around. And that is really my hope and desire for everybody in our community, that you are able to take time to do that. And I just really want to wish everyone happy holidays. And with that, that does conclude thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer. She saved me. As I look over here, we are so excited, and I'm super grateful to be able to welcome folks to our team. This is a new kind of tradition that we started with, bringing all of our administrators before our board so that our board can see them, get to meet them. They are the folks who take action for employment, and we want them to know who you are, and we want you to also have an opportunity to see them. So I am going to introduce several folks, and we're going back to people that were brought on in October as well, because we weren't able to have them here. So when I call your name, if you'll stand up, say hello, we'll cheer for you, and get to put a face to a name for our community. So I'll start with Nolan Pareco, Assistant Principal, Chavez Continuation High School. Dominique Gobran, Assistant Principal, Sierra Preparatory Academy. Laura Gomez, Assistant Principal, Jefferson Elementary. Adam Knutson, Coordinator of Student Achievement. And folks who were just announced this evening, we'll move to recognize them. Tatiana Garcia, our Director of Budget and Accounting. And Maricesi Hernandez, Director of Special Education. And last but not least for tonight is Sue Tran, Manager of Budget. We do have one member who is not able to join us tonight, but we are very grateful to have you all serving in the roles that you are serving in, and just look forward to the contributions you'll make and the impacts that you'll have for our students. Thank you. And with that.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. And once again, welcome to those that are new to the district, and just thank you to all of the staff for stepping into these roles. We're fortunate to have you and looking forward to your leadership. So thank you and congratulations. So I'd like to recommend that we actually now at this time move to our first presentation because it involves the introduction of a student board member, of our new student board member, the role and selection process. And since we do have a student here with us, for the sake of time, I'd like to go ahead and start with that. Ms. Quiros?
Yes, introduction of student board member role and selection process.
Good evening, President Brazier Aceves, members of the board, Superintendent Perez, cabinet, and audience. Tonight is an important moment for Santa Ana Unified. I'm super proud and excited, by the way, because we are not just affirming the value of student voice, we are welcoming the students who will sit with us as partners in decision making. Our student board members, along with our alternate, will help connect the work we do here to real experiences of students across the district. They have gone through the thoughtful selection process and are prepared to represent their peers with insight, courage, and responsibility. It is my honor as Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning to introduce Teaching and Learning to introduce the leader who, alongside her team, has guided this important work, groundbreaking work for us. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Alvarado, who will actually tell us a little bit more about the selection process and what our students actually went through.
All right. Good evening. Good evening, President Brazier Aceves, members of the cabinet, and Superintendent Dr. Perez. My name is Leticia Alvarado, and I am the Executive Director for Teaching and Learning, and also was privileged to be part of this process that I will be sharing with you tonight. So I am excited to present not only the framework for our student board member program, but also to introduce our student board members tonight to you and to our SAUSD community. At Santa Ana Unified School District, we operate on the fundamental idea that our students should have a real voice in district and local governance. We are focused on empowering our students, not just as participants, but as architects of their learning as described in our graduate profile. So through the role of our student board members, we ensure that students directly influence the decisions that are not only shaping their education, but their future. We want our students to be empowered to share their real experiences, their observations, their opportunities to engage with other students. We want them to drive some meaningful improvements to help us produce some positive change within our community and our school system, and to support the success of all SAUSD students through authentic representation and partnership. So before we meet our student board members or are introduced to our student board members, I want to describe a little bit about the process that we went through to find these student leaders. So we used a transparent and fair process. We aligned it with the SAUSD graduate profile. We also looked at other districts that already had these positions within their district for guidance and support. So we did some pre-work prior to launching this initiative in October. So a bulk of the work took place in the month of October, with some final steps taking place in November. So in the beginning of October, we launched our information cycle. We shared information through social media, through student emails. We also presented information at our monthly ASB leadership meeting. We provided updates to our state, to our district and state leadership, and we opened the window for application in the middle of October. And so we had that window open for about a week, and students were able to view the application, complete the application, and at the closing of the window, we had 25 applicants that applied for the position of student board members. And so we assembled a committee made up of district level staff. This committee used a graduate profile rubric that looked at all the pillars of our graduate profile to determine which candidates would move to the next step. After the screening process, we had 10 students that were selected to move into the voting process. And so we had our ASB presidents involved in this process. They were presented, the 10 candidates, blindly presented. We redacted any information that would provide like identifiable information about the students. And so we allowed our ASB presidents were given the opportunity to cast votes for 3 students that they felt would be a good fit for our student board membership. And then finally, once we selected our 2 representatives, we went back to our ASB presidents and we selected an alternate from the group to be present in the times that maybe our student board members cannot be present. All right, and then the exciting and fun part of this whole process was that we visited both selected representatives and members of our board, of cabinet. We went and announced the selection to the students right before Thanksgiving. So we presented a certificate and balloons, and so that was really fun to do. So the next part is just really to describe what the student board member role will look like. So we want the community to know, what does it mean to be a student board member in SAUSD? So in the process of having conversations with other districts, in our own process of learning about this position, we have learned that it's going to be a demanding position for our students. But we have also learned that it's going to be an essential role, not only for the students participating in this role, but also for all the students in our district. We categorized their roles into 5 phases. And the first one is representation. These 2 students are going to serve as the official vote or the official voice of students at board meetings. So they will be seated with our board as full participants. They will engage in discussions. They will provide comments, ask questions. They will also receive all board materials prior to the meeting, during the meeting. Of course, any materials that are provided during closed session will not be provided to our student board reps. But most importantly, these students are going to share the district-wide student needs that exist. They're also going to share their perspectives and the priorities that exist within the student community in SAUSD. Our students will also be casting a preferential vote. What this vote means is that it is going to allow the community to know what the opinion is of the students. It doesn't change the outcome of the vote of our SAUSD board, but it does provide the position of students on certain matters. They will also be reporting. They will keep the board informed on student concerns and issues and trends that exist within our district. They will share information about school-related activities and events. They will provide the board feedback that are gained through interactions at school or from different student groups. And then they'll also be able to bring and identify some emerging issues that may exist within particular student groups or populations or affecting students at large. They will also engage. They will participate in district activities and leadership opportunities. Our 2 board members are already very super busy, so this is just going to add to their visibility and to their participation within our community. They will be attending forums and workshops. They will also be eligible to attend district-funded training, such as the training that you just attended, the California School Board Association trainings. And then just recently, there was the passing of Assembly Bill 1390, which allows the board to consider elective credit and compensation for their participation. So we'll provide further information as those decisions are made. And then lastly, they're the bridge. They're the ones that are going to connect students with district leadership. There's going to be 2-way communication between students and the board, and they'll provide the insights that will support policies moving forward and also the decision-making that happens here. If a possibility presents themselves, they can also serve on board subcommittees. And most importantly, in their role as the connector is to really help communicate board actions back to the students at their monthly ASB president's meetings. So now, for the most exciting part of this presentation, is introducing our representatives. So we are proud to introduce the students filling the roles for the 25-26 school year. We have Yaiza Gomez, and she is currently a student at Middle College High School. Yaiza also serves on her school site council and is a speech and debate participant. Her purpose is to give a voice to students who are often unheard. So Yaiza, will you please stand to be recognized? You can come sit here. Yeah, come sit here. You'll be taking a picture soon. All right. Our next school board member is Edward Apascal. He is from Saddleback High School. Edward is already super active in his community. Most recently, he contributed a mental health proposal to the State Board of Education. His purpose is to motivate students and support district-wide change. Edward is not able to be with us tonight as he is the drum major and the first chair at Saddleback, and they have a winter concert. So he will be here in January as his board reps. So we wish him all the luck on his performance tonight. Okay. And last, as I mentioned before, we do have an alternate. She's currently a sitting ASB president at Century High School. And so Giselle Carreno is our alternate, and she will be filling the position when Edward or Yaiza cannot be present. So Giselle is also committed to being more involved at the district level to support her community. So we congratulate our school board members and thank Yaiza for being here with us tonight. So these students represent the core principles that we talk a lot about within in this room and in different spaces in our district. Really, it's about elevating the student voice, right, and hearing their perspective, their opinions, and the input that they can provide as we make decisions moving forward. It's also an opportunity to build some leadership skills. Our students, and you will get to know them better, already display some strong leadership skills, but this is a different opportunity, right, that they will have being part of this forum. And then lastly, just really increasing the trust between the district and the students that we are here to serve. And so we look forward to their contributions this year. And before I end tonight's presentation, I really just want to thank the board for the visionary leadership. As part of this committee and group that put this together, it was really an honor. and just to be part of this, and the fact that you're taking the time and the consideration to add this piece to the dais. I really appreciate that. I also want to thank members of the teaching and learning staff who contributed to this work. Mr. Damon Voigt, our principal on special assignment, Jacqueline Herreri and Mary Patrick, class teachers, and teachers working with our ASB advisory group. And we also, as I mentioned, we had some districts that we collaborated with. We had Saddleback Valley and Fullerton Joint Union High School districts who provided support throughout the process. So we want to thank you, and we want to open it up for questions or for comments.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alvarado and Ms. Barkeen and our teaching and learning team. And welcome, Ms. Yaiza Gomez. Your arrival has been long anticipated by this board, I will say, and the representation of our students here in this space, I believe, is definitely a strong value that my colleagues and I hold. And so we're just so honored to be able to be here at this moment as we have student board members joining us for the first time. So just a big, huge welcome to you, and thank you for being willing to step up into this role and for your service. I know we'll get to hear from you more next meeting, but just welcome, and we're so glad to have you. Please, if you'd like to share something, if you're prepared, please, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you for that. I'm really excited to join. I have a lot of things I'd like to say to help bring student representation be more available to our district, because I think at a core value, students are one of the backbones of our community, and I think it's really imperative we hear from us, because if we hear from us, then we get to know what we really need, what we're looking for, and what we're interested in, if that makes sense.
It absolutely makes sense, and thank you for highlighting that. And I think that is a lot of what we discussed. And so I want to open it. I want to open it up to my fellow colleagues. I'm sure folks have a lot of things to share and maybe some questions for you and the team. So I'll go ahead and open it. But just welcome and thank you so much. We have Dr. Alvarez first on the list.
I just wanted to start off by congratulating all of our student board members. This has been a long process. We started having these conversations in 2023. In September of 2024, we developed a policy so that we could move forward. In October, the plan was presented to us, and it does seem like it's been a very long process, but I think that this is a testament of this board's commitment and willingness to include the student voice in every decision that we make. I think that it's really important. I'm a social worker by profession. Anyways, my focus has always been working with kids. And I think for the public, I just want to give you an example of why the student voice is so important. My first year on the board, I started going out to lunch with kids at different schools. And they would say, oh, the food sucks. And then I went to the next school, the kids said the same thing, and then they said the same thing. And as I'm sitting here at a board meeting, I see a contract for $7 million for food that we're going to buy. And I said, wait a minute, we're spending $7 million on food or whatever it was, and the kids are saying that they don't like it. And I think that also started the process towards where everybody started saying, and a shout out to our nutrition services team for actually listening to our kids, doing taste tests and all of those things. And the student voice is really important because we spend millions and millions of dollars on food, on textbooks, on different things and stuff like that. And if we're going to be spending money, we should be spending money on things that they want, things that they're going to use, things that are effective to help them out. I just wanted to mention that later on in the agenda, we have the board policy is up on our agenda again. I will be bringing up some recommendations on some suggestions on how we can improve this process. When I was, several of us were at the California School Board Association conference. I had opportunity to meet student board members from throughout California. I attended a couple of workshops with student board members talking about the importance. And I think one of the questions that I asked the board members is, what can we do as board members to support the students, and the thing that they talked about was just for the board to be there to listen to be willing to take into the consideration the opinions of our students. So I will be addressing all of those issues when it comes up on the agenda. And welcome, congratulations, glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Mr. Bustos?
Thank you. I just want to thank our team for really working on this diligently. I know that this is a long time coming. As a board member from the very beginning, I know oftentimes can sound like a broken record asking whether or not students were involved in the decision-making that happened, whether it be related to our facilities, whether it's related to our nutrition services, our expanded learning, whatever it is. That's always one of the first questions that I ask, like what student input did we gather? And so I'm really proud of the discussions that we've had as a board and the work that we've committed to, and to ensure that student voice and student representation is at the forefront of the work that we do and at the decisions that we make. And so I'm excited to get to learn more about Ms. Yaisa Gomez and Mr. Eduardo Abascal, and hear more about their experience as students. And I know that they're both going to contribute, just from reading their bios, a lot to our board and our school district community. So congratulations again for this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lebsack?
I just want to say welcome, and I'm very excited to hear your input, and especially since we talked ahead of time and that you really get a lot of input from other students as well. So I know it's not just going to be what you think, but you're going to be working hard to let us know what other students think as well. So thank you for doing this, and I hope you like coffee. You might need it.
I love coffee.
Thank you, Ms. Magdaleno.
Yes, again, just congratulations and welcome. I was able to meet with Yaitza on Saturday at the speech and debate tournament, and we touched base a little bit about her goals and a lot of ideas that she has already. So I can't wait just to sit down with you again and have you on the dais with us so we can have those conversations. I'm looking forward to January when they will officially be welcomed, right? Not sworn in. Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Dr. Alvarado, did you have anything else that you wanted to share?
I just wanted to thank you for this opportunity, for opening up this opportunity for students. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and I want to take a moment to thank our team here at the dais as well, and just reiterate what some of my colleagues shared, and just for our students to share some background on this as well. This has been something that our team here, our governance team, has really centered a lot of our focus. And I know Mr. Bustos, when you mentioned the facilities, I've always been just so impressed by our team here and the interest and the really the recognition that we have to center what we do on our students, around our students. And if student voice isn't present in the presentations and the conversations, and now here at the dais, really there's so much that can be overlooked, and we can make a lot of assumptions. And so really the power is with our students and our youth here in our community and in our district. And we're just so honored to have you join us, and really looking forward, along with my colleagues, to having you sit up here at the dais during our January meeting. And we just really want you to feel welcomed, and you have such support with our team. I know that anything you need, they will be available to support you, just like they would with any of us as well. And so just want to welcome you as a colleague, really. So congratulations, and to our other new board members who are out doing things in our schools tonight. We look forward to having you in January, so congratulations. And just a point of clarification, will we be taking a group photo? I heard Dr. Alvarado mention a photo earlier, maybe at the next meeting? Yes, when we have all of our
The whole
folks
group?
present, yeah. Okay, wonderful, okay. Okay, so next we'll move to public presentations, and thank you to our community for bearing with us with the change of order. I know folks have come out to speak, so thank you for allowing the students to go first for the sake of
not staying out too late. So thank you. Ms. Quiros, do we have public presentations?
We do. We have 39 public speakers.
Thank you. Before we begin, please note the following. The board president will enforce board policy 1313, which imposes rules of decorum and civility in the conduct of this meeting in this facility. Should any member of the audience act in a manner inconsistent with the requirements imposed by that policy, or who interrupts the speaker at the podium, makes comments that are deemed derogatory of the speaker and his or her message, or which are threatening in nature, she shall be warned to stop such conduct and asked to leave the meeting if it occurs again, or will be removed by law enforcement pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323. Any speaker who has been subjected to such treatment may contact the Office of the Superintendent at 714-558-5512. Ms. Quiros, you may begin. Thank you. Yes, so we'll leave it at 3 minutes in line with our norms. Thank you.
We will begin with Saul Lara, followed by Margarita Gonzalez, followed by Hector Gonzalez.
Buenas tardes, miembros del board, estimada superintendente doctora Pérez, representantes de la Unión de Maestros, administración y comunidad en general. Felicidades, a Cebes, por su nombramiento. Esperamos que haga un buen trabajo. Aunque las expectativas son muy bajas, confiamos en su capacidad para cumplir con los objetivos. Reconocemos que hay personas dentro del distrito que trabajan con compromiso y verdadera vocación. Sabemos que existen maestros, personal y directivos que realmente aman su trabajo. Eso lo valoramos profundamente, aunque no es suficiente. Las familias de estudiantes típicos y neurotípicos seguimos viviendo con miedo y con una profunda preocupación. La seguridad de nuestros hijos sigue en riesgo. La salud mental de nuestros estudiantes continúa siendo ignorada y lo más alarmante es que en algunos casos quienes deberían protegerlos son quienes los están dañando emocionalmente. Hago un llamado directo y público a la Unión de Maestros, como lo expresé en su momento en este mismo lugar, ser la voz de nuestros padres que además son intimidados y discriminados. No basta con defender a sus maestros, también hay que asumir con seriedad la responsabilidad de proteger a los estudiantes. La Unión de Maestros debe ser más estricta, más vigilante y más responsable. No se puede seguir permitiendo que maestros con conductas inadecuadas, inestabilidad emocional o falta de ética continúen frente a nuestros estudiantes. Exigimos que se revisen los antecedentes, pero también su salud mental, la conducta profesional y el trato humano de quienes trabajan con nuestros estudiantes. Un maestro que humilla, que grita, que intimida, que ignora, que lastima emocionalmente, no debe estar en un salón de clases y mucho menos con niños con alguna discapacidad. Nuestros hijos ya enfrentan suficientes retos como para además tener que soportar abusos emocional disfrazado de disciplina. Muchas gracias.
Good evening, respectable members of the board, Madam Superintendent Dr. Perez, representatives of the Teachers Union, administrators, and community in general. Congratulations, Ms. Aceves, in your appointment. And we hope that you do a great job. Although our expectations are very low, we trust in your capacity to fulfill the goals and objectives. We recognize that there are people within the district that work with commitment and true vocation. We know that there are teachers, staff, and administrators who really love their jobs, and we value this deeply. But this is not enough. The families of typical students and neurotypical students are continuing living in fear with a deep concerns. The safety of our children is still at risk. The mental health of our students continues being ignored, and which is alarming. In many cases, those who should be protecting them are those who are damaging them emotionally. I make a direct appeal and a public appeal to the teachers union, as I expressed it in at that time at this very place, to be the voice of our parents, the parents who are also intimidated and discriminated against. It's not enough to defend your teachers. You also should be serious and about the responsibility to protecting our students. The teachers union should be more strict, more vigilant, and more accountable. You cannot continue permitting that teachers with inadequate behavior, emotional instability, or lack of ethic continue in front of our kids. We demand that you look into the backgrounds, but also their mental health, the professional conduct, and the human treatment of those who work with our students. A teacher that humiliates, that yells, that intimidates, ignores, or hurts emotionally should not be in a classroom, much less with children with a disability. Our children are already facing enough challenges, so they don't have to stand emotional abuse that is disguised as discipline. Thank you very much.
Muy buenas noches a los miembros de la Junta Directiva de Educación. Mi nombre es Margarita González, mamá de 2 estudiantes en educación especial. Esta noche, hablando del LCAP, Local Control Accountability, quiero mencionar, y rendición de cuentas, perdón, en español, quiero mencionar que ojalá, y para esta Junta, no nos pongan filtros y nos dejen hablar a los padres, porque es bastante irrespetuoso que nosotros estamos tratando de dar nuestros comentarios y nuestras opiniones y nos pongan a personas que una no dominan el idioma o no pueden escribir el español o saben escribir inglés, pero en lo que uno está diciendo ya se les olvidó lo que dijimos y a última hora nuestras respuestas no están en récord. Entonces, no pongan filtros, dejen de estar haciendo. Si nos están llamando a nosotros los padres para que nosotros proveamos información, ¿por qué nos ponen filtros? ¿O por qué nos censuran? ¿Por qué nos quitan el micrófono? Eso no se debe de hacer. Nosotros estamos para dar nuestras opiniones y dar un punto de vista. Eso número 1. Número 2. Felicito a las personas que dieron el paso de ser administradores en diferentes escuelas, asistentes de directores, personal que está entrando al distrito. Felicidades. En lo que viene relacionado a LCAP, yo me pongo a pensar cómo es que puede haber administración rica y estudiantes pobres. ¿Cómo puede haber una educación tan pobre teniendo administradores que ganan arriba de los $300,000? ¿Cómo puede suceder eso y cuando que los estudiantes están carentes de programas, salones que no tienen lo que necesitan? ¿Hasta cuándo van a poner un límite en lo que están ganando? O sea, es ridículo que usted, señora Pérez, está arriba de los $400,000 ya. ¿Cómo es posible que personas que yo conozco ya están arriba de los $275,000? Es increíble. Y luego lo más increíble es saber que personas que ya estuvieron en posiciones como asistentes de superintendente se bajaron a directores para escuelas. ¿Y qué hicieron con el dinero? ¿Lo regresaron? Porque me supongo que debieron de haber regresado el dinero. Mas, sin embargo, ahorita se muestran en redes sociales haciendo Instagram, haciendo TikToks. Es increíble que les estén pagando arriba de $340,000 a estos administradores. Y ustedes, ¿qué transparencia tienen para con nosotros los padres? ¿A dónde está la educación? ¿A dónde está la educación? Espero que ustedes tengan un poquito más de liderazgo, porque la verdad, en este tiempo que estamos, la verdad que no ha habido cambios. Estamos más rojos que antes. Gracias.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Margarita Gonzalez. I'm a mother of 2 students in special education, and I want to talk about LCAP. I want to say that I hope when we have these meetings that you do not have filters for the parents and that you let parents speak. When it comes time for comments, in previous meetings you have put in front of us or to help us people who don't really speak the language or they can't write the Spanish language, or by the time that we say something they forget what we said. So our comments are not on the record. So don't put filters on our voice. Don't take away our microphone to express our voice. Take into consideration our opinions and our point of view. That's number one. Number two, congratulations to the administrators, assistant principals, the principals, and others who are coming to your new positions. And when we look at LCAP, I'm starting to think, why is it that we have rich administrators but poor students? We have some people that are making over $300,000 a year, and the students are lacking programs and classrooms and other things. So don't you have a limit to this? Dr. Perez, I see that that you are making over $400,000. There are people that I know that are already making over $275,000, and that's incredible. As there are some assistant superintendents that went back to be principals, and now do they give the money back? But I see them in social media and they're making TikToks. Some people are paid over $340,000. And what is this transparency toward the parents? What education are you showing? Where's the leadership? We are at times like these, and these things are very difficult, and we are more in the red than before.
Hector Gonzalez. Okay, the next three speakers, we have Randy, followed by Paul, and I apologize if I don't say this correctly, Nino, and then Dr. Danny De Leon Jr. Thank you.
Good evening. Congratulations, new president, Bracer Azeves, and to the board members and Superintendent Dr. Perez. We just thank you for the time this evening. My name is Randy Berkstead. I'm the chairman of the board for Edward B. Cole Academy, and I've been a board member for 3 years and the chairman for 2. And really, you can see the support of all the burgundy shirts in the room. We're very passionate about our students at the school and really helping them achieve the potential that they're capable of and providing them with the support and the programs to help them achieve their potential. Our role as a board and my role as board chair really comes down to governance, and very proud of the operational systems of the school, our transparency and our accountability to our authorizer, the district, and we appreciate the fact that we've been a charter school for 20 years, working closely with the district to serve our students in the community. And so as a testament to that level of governance, we have over 200 days of cash on hand operating our school. We think this builds a great foundation for us to continue to work closely with the district to serve the students of Edward B. Cole Academy for many years to come. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. Having been educated my entire K through 12th grade academic years in the Santa Ana Unified School District, and as a proud Santa Ana High School Saint, I'm particularly honored to be able to be here tonight to speak in support of the charter renewal for the Edward B. Cole Academy. My name is Paul Nino, and I serve on the board with a focus on financial oversight. As a CPA, I take seriously the responsibility of ensuring that our financial systems reflect the highest standards of transparency, accuracy, and stewardship. I'm pleased to share that Edward B. Cole Academy is in a position of exceptional financial health. According to our most recent financial statements, we maintain over $6 million in unrestricted reserves, 237 days of cash on hand, strong liquidity, clean financial statement audits, and we maintain clear, conservative, multi-year projections and forecasts. These figures reflect not only sound fiscal management, but also long-term stability for our students, families, and staff. The school has built strong internal controls, rigorous budgeting practices, and transparent reporting structures that ensure every dollar is accounted for and aligned to student needs. Just as important as the numbers is the mindset behind them. Our financial decisions are driven by our mission, which is to support academic growth, strengthen instructional systems, and create a safe, nurturing, and enriching experience for all children. This financial stability allows us to invest in high-quality teaching materials, professional development and coaching, strong co-teaching and intervention systems, social, emotional, and family engagement supports, technology, operations, and our facilities. Our goal is simple: to ensure that every resource is used responsibly and strategically to support student success. On behalf of the board, thank you to the school district for years of constructive collaboration and oversight. We respect the district's role and deeply value the accountability that it provides. Thank you.
Good evening, President Brazier Aceves, perdóname. Congratulations. Distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Perez, Cabinet, and members of the Santa Ana Unified School District community. My name is Dr. Danny De Leon Jr. I'm the CEO of Edward B. Cole Academy. It is an honor to be here with you this evening, surrounded by our families, our students, our staff, and our board, many of whom have been part of this partnership with Santa Ana Unified for the last, I don't want to correct our president, but for the last 22 years. Tonight is not simply a renewal hearing. It is a celebration of a long-standing relationship rooted in trust, transparency, and a shared commitment to student success. EBCA has never viewed itself as a separate from the district. We see ourselves as a partner in serving Santa Ana students and families, and we are grateful for the guidance and collaboration SAUSD has consistently provided. Over the past year in my role, I have been deeply moved by the dedication of our teachers, many of whom are here with us tonight, the engagement of our parents, as you see, and the joy and pride of our students. We are a community school in the truest sense. Many of our families have entrusted us with multiple children over many years, and that generational trust is something we take seriously. Our charter petition reflects this commitment. It reflects our work to strengthen support for diverse learners, including students with disabilities and English learners. And it outlines how we continue to expand coaching, professional development, and family engagement structures so every student is seen, known, and supported. But more than the numbers are the people in this room. Our students who show measurable progress each year, our families who partner with us every day, and our teachers and staff whose work is the heart of our mission. On behalf of EBC, I want to express our sincere gratitude to each and every one of you and the SAUSD community for 2 decades of partnership. We are proud of the progress our students continue to make, and we are committed to continue improvement, reflection, and collaboration. Thank you for considering our renewal petition. Good evening.
Next, we have Elsa Ochoa, followed by Jessica Johnson, and followed by Crystal Marr.
Good evening, President Brazier Aceves, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Perez, Cabinet, and members of the Santa Ana Unified Community. My name is Elsa Ochoa, and it is an honor to serve as the president of Edward B. Cole Senior Academy. I am accompanied by our assistant principal, Ms. Monique Hernandez, and I am proud to lead a school where students are safe, challenged, and supported. I am grateful to stand alongside our teachers, staff, families, all of whom make this work possible. And I am confident in the work that we do every single day. At EBC, our focus is simple: helping every child grow. Our instructional program is anchored in an MTSS framework, small group instruction, evidence-based literacy and math practices, regular coaching cycles, and professional development for educators, a strong program that serves English learners with care and intention. We are committed to being intentional in our planning, impactful in our practice, and inclusive in our approach. This year, we have strengthened support for students with disabilities, expanded small group intervention, and enhanced professional development so instruction reflects the values at every single level. What truly defines our school, however, is our relationship with families. Our parents, our guardians, are partners in every sense of the word. They attend workshops, volunteer, participate in events, and engage in ongoing conversations with teachers and staff. Their voice and collaboration are central to our success. As you can see from our turnout tonight, our families believe in our school. They trust us, they work with us, and they celebrate with us tonight. That sense of community is our greatest strength. But what I love most about EBC is the community that we have built together. Committed educators who push themselves to create a love of learning. Students who are growing to be confident leaders. And families who want the very best for future generations to come. That shared commitment is what makes our school exceptional. So, to Santa Ana Unified Board School District, thank you for over 2 decades of partnership. Thank you for supporting our growth, our mission, and our students, your students. We remain committed to collaboration, transparency, and continuous improvement as a school. On behalf of our entire school community, we respectfully ask for your continued authorization so our students can continue to thrive. Thank you and have a good night.
Good evening, Board President, Brazier Acevedos, trustees, and district leadership. My name is Jessica Johnson, and I've had the privilege of serving as a business manager for EBC Academy for over 10 years. Over that time, I have worked closely with Santa Ana staff on facilities, district oversight, compliance, reporting, and financial audits. Our partnership with the district has been consistent and supportive. From an operational standpoint, EBC is built on strong systems. Our financial structures are transparent, compliant, and well documented. Our audits have been clean year after year, and we maintain healthy reserves so we can handle economic changes that won't affect our students in our program. We budget and plan for the future to make sure the school stays stable. Because of our financial stability, we can invest in our teachers, our instructional assistants, targeted intervention programs, high-quality curriculum, ELD supports, technology, facility needs, and family engagement programs. Our families count on us. They know we are safe, stable, and built to last. To Santa Ana Unified, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your partnership, your support, and your guidance. It really has helped shape who we are. Have a wonderful evening.
Good evening. My name is Crystal Marr, and I am a 4th grade student at Edward B. Cole Academy. I am also part of the student leadership team. EBC has helped me grow by showing me how to do long division. It has also taught me how to work hard, focus on my goals, and not give up when things are challenging. One thing I really appreciate about EBC is that I feel happy and safe when I come to school. My teachers at EBC have supported me by helping me become a leader. They gave me chances to help my classmates speak in front of the class and share my ideas during group activities. We would like to request the board to approve our school's charter petition. Approving our character will help EBC continue to provide learning, leadership opportunities, and kindness that help us succeed. This is why EBC should be open for kids. Thank you for your time and for supporting students. Go Cougars!
Next, we have Erin Santiago, followed by Victoria Roldan, followed by Melissa Mojarra.
Good evening. My name is Erin Santiago, and I'm a fourth grade student at EBC Academy. I am also part of student leadership team. EBC has helped me grow by supporting me with things I need help on. For example, when I'm struggling with a math project, my teacher showed me step by step how to solve it. And now I feel more confident. One thing I really appreciate about EBC is that I feel like a leader when I come to school. I get to help my classmates during group activities and encourage them to do their best. My teachers at EBC have supported me by teaching me new skills. For example, they help me improve my reading and writing by giving me tips and practicing with me every day. We would like to request the board to approve our school's charter petition. Approving our school's charter will help EBC continue to provide kindness, teaching, and opportunities that will help us grow and succeed. Thank you for your time and for supporting students. Go Cougars!
Good evening. My name is Victoria Roldan, and I am a fifth grade student at Edward B. Cole Academy. I am also a part of student leadership team as a school vice president. EBC has helped me grow by teaching me the 7 habits of leadership. My favorite leadership quality is being proactive, and I show that by helping my classmates solve problems and encouraging them to take responsibilities for their learning. One thing that I really appreciate about EBC is that I feel happy and motivated when I come to school. The teachers and staff make learning fun, and I always feel supported to try my best. My teachers at EBC have supported me by teaching me things I didn't know. They guide me when I face challenges, and they encourage me to keep learning and improving every day. We would love to request the board to approve our school's charter petition. Approving our charter will help EBC continue to provide opportunities to join after-school activities like dance, develop leadership skills, and make learning fun. Thank you for your time for supporting us. Go Cougars!
Good evening. My name is Melissa Mojarra, and I am a fifth grade student at Edward B. Cole Senior Academy. I am also a part of the leadership team. EBC has helped me grow by teaching me new things. For example, I learned how to think more deeply during reading and how to explain my ideas during class discussions, which makes me feel proud of my work. One thing I really appreciate about EBC is that I feel safe when I come to school. I know the adults here care about us, and I always talk to someone if I need help or have a problem. My teachers at EBC have supported me by saying things like, "You got this," which has helped me build my confidence. We would also like to request the board to approve our school's charter petition. Approving our charter will help EBC continue to provide safety, strong learning, and the respect that helps us succeed. Thank you for your time and for supporting us. Go Cougars!
Next, we have Priscilla Perez, followed by Roland Torres and RJ, followed by Alex Torcolva.
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Priscilla Perez, and I'm a 5th grade student at Edward B. Cole Academy. I commute every day from Jurupa Valley to EBC Academy in Santa Ana. I've been making this long drive since kindergarten, thanks to my mom, who never minds the distance. She believes, just like I do, that EBC is the best school for me. I'm also proud to say that all of my siblings have attended EBC as well. I'm president of the leadership team. Being a leader at EBC means that I have responsibility and opportunities to positively influence my peers, so we are all making good decisions. Attending EBC has helped me grow in these qualities because my teachers and staff truly care about our students and about their future academically and emotionally. As president, I have helped organize school events like Spirit Week and student fundraisers, making sure that everyone has a chance to feel included. These experiences have taught me how to listen carefully and make fair decisions and support my classmates. Tonight, I would like to respectfully ask the board to approve our charter petition. Approving our charter will help EBC to provide safety, leadership opportunities, and the kind learning that prepares us for the future. Thank you for all of your time and for supporting us. Go Cougars!
Good evening. My name is Alex Roba, and I am a 5th grade student at Edward B. Cole Academy. I am also part of student leadership. EBC has helped me grow by becoming a better leader. Being in leadership has taught me how to communicate with others, help younger students, and be someone people can count on. One really thing I appreciate about EBC is that I feel safe when I come to school. The staff greets us every morning, and I know there are adults who will always listen and support us if something is wrong. My teachers at EBC have supported me by checking in on me when I needed help. It made me feel like I was part of a community. We would like to request the board to approve our school's charter petition. Approving our school will help EBC continue to provide opportunities for students to learn different skills and be independent, which will help us succeed in the future. Thank you for your time and for supporting the students. Go Cougars!
Is there a Roland Torres? No Roland? Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, next we have, I'm not sure if it's Luna or Yuna Reese. Yuvia, okay, sorry about that. Yuvia Reese, followed by Ariana, followed by Giovanni Lopez.
Good evening. My name is Yuvia Reed, and I am a 4th grade student at Edward B. Cole Academy. I serve as the Director of Publicity at the Student Leadership Team. EBC has helped me grow by teaching me all of the important skills I need to know in elementary school. For example, I have learned how to communicate clearly, stay organized, and take on responsibilities that help my classmates at school. One thing I really value about EBC is that I feel proud, intelligent, and like a leader when I come to school. Every day I get the chance to help share news about school events and encourage other students to get involved, which make me feel important and capable. The teachers at EBC have guided me by helping me develop leadership skills. They encourage me to try new challenges, give me advice when I am unsure, and trust me to represent our school in a positive way. We would like to ask the board to approve our school's charter petition. Approving our charter will allow EBC to continue providing fun experiences, leadership opportunities, and learning that helps us succeed. Thank you for your time and for supporting students. Go Cougars! Good evening. My name is Ariana Garcia. I am a 5th grade student at Edward B. Cole Academy. I have been attending EBC since TK. I'm also part of student leadership team. At EBC, I feel so safe and supported because this school has helped me feel like I can be myself. My teachers and classmates always include me, and I never feel alone. The school has also helped me become more responsible. Being in leadership team taught me how to stay organized, manage my time, and be a role model for younger students. My teachers at EBC have supported me by telling me not to give up and reminding me that you learn from your mistakes. One time when I was struggling with a long writing assignment, my teacher sat with me and helped me break it down step by step. He told me he believed in me, and that helped me finish with confidence. We would like to request the board to approve our school's charter petition. Approving our charter will help EBC continue to provide strong learning, kindness, and a safe place for students to be themselves. Thank you for your time, and thank you for supporting students. Go Cougars!
Okay, good evening, everybody. Good evening, President Brazer Aceves, distinguished board members, Dr. Perez, and cabinet members. My name is Giovanni Lopez, and I'm a first-year teacher at Edward B. Cole Senior Academy. I see students growing academically and socially every day as an accumulation of the support and the encouragement they receive. I will share one of many examples of student success at EBC Academy. When we work with newcomer students, they demonstrate significant social, personal, and academic growth, which is a reflection of the care and the high expectations EBCA offers. This results in an increase of student skills, individual student academic outcomes, and ultimately higher assessment scores. I respectfully ask the board to renew EBCA's charter so that we can continue to grow our legacy for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Next, we have Elizabeth Gonzalez, followed by Zen Luang and Zoetry Luang.
Good evening, President Brazer Aceves, distinguished board members, Dr. Perez, and cabinet members. My name is Elizabeth Gonzalez. I am an instructional assistant for TK at Edward B. Cole Senior Academy. In my role, I have the privilege of learning from our youngest students every day. Their curiosity, resilience, and joy inspire me and continually strengthen my commitment to this work. During my time at Edward B. Cole Academy, I had the opportunity to work with students from TK through 2nd grade. This experience has shown me how important my role is on campus, not only supporting their learning, but in being a trusted adult they can continuously rely on. Being someone they feel safe and can turn to has been one of my most meaningful parts of my work. Edward B. Cole Academy matters to me because it's a place where I feel most at home. From the moment I arrived, the staff who welcomed me, and the leadership team who supported me, Ms. Ochoa, Ms. Hernandez, Ms. DeLuna, Ms. Blancas, Ms. Plasencia, and Mr. Cook. created a genuine sense of belonging. This community not only lifts our students, it lifts the adults who serve them as well. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the board to renew Edward B. Cole Academy's charter so we can continue this important work for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Yeah, would that work? Check. Check. This is fine. Yeah, this will work.
Hello, my name is Zen. Hello, my name is Zen, and I'm 7-year-old. And I'm in 2nd grade at EBC Academy. I love my school because my teachers make learning fun, and they always help me and teach me to be smart. The staff is really kind, and they make me feel safe every day. I also love being part of the Empowered Scholars after-school program where I get to learn new things and spend time with my friends. One of my favorite things at EBC Academy is in singing in music class and playing the drums in band class. It makes me feel proud and excited to come to school. And I'm really happy to be a student here. And I hope EBC Academy can stay open so all kids can learn and succeed just like I do. Go Cougars!
Good evening, my name is Zoetry, and I graduated from EBC Academy last year. I wanted to speak tonight because this school truly shaped who I am today. The teachers here believed in me, supported me, and pushed me to do my best. They made learning exciting and made me feel safe and confident. I was very proud to become the school president of EBC last year. It taught me to be a responsible leader for many students to follow. I also loved learning Mexican folklorico dance at their after-school program, and I got many opportunities to perform all over Orange County. Even after graduating, I still think about how much the staff cared about every student, including me. EBC Academy gave me a strong foundation, great memories, and the confidence to succeed in my new school. I hope other students can continue to have the same opportunities I have, which is why I believe EBC Academy should be renewed. Go Cougars!
Bill Long.
Good evening, members of the board, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Phil, and I'm a proud father of my son Zen, who's in 2nd grade here at EBC Academy, who has spoken on behalf of the current students attending EBC. And as well as my daughter Zoetry, who's in 6th grade right now, who graduated from EBC last year, who's spoken on behalf of the EBC alumni to show her appreciation and success. I'd like to give a huge thank you to all the parents and the staff and teachers here to show support for the school in our Santa Ana community. They truly do care and they love the school. I speak on behalf of all of the parents from EBC who truly care about their children attending EBC, as well as for those who do not have the voice to speak out today. Our family has been a part of this school community for a couple of years now and can confidently say that EBC Academy has had a tremendous impact on both of my children. My daughter graduated from EBC prepared, confident, and ready for her next journey in education. And now, watching my younger child thrive here reminds me every day why school matters so much, why this school matters so much. Prior to coming to EBC, my daughter was attending Adams Elementary at a SAUSD public school. It's a good school, but what led me to transfer her out of public school was the crowded classes for one teacher per student. Here at EBC, every single class has 2 teachers. who help the students to learn and provide the attention that both the teacher as well as the students need to thrive and learn. Some classes even have 3 teachers, which is, unheard of. That's why EBC is unique, and really, it led me to transfer my kids here to this school. Also, EBC has a great after-school program called Empowered Scholars, which helps kids learn a variety of activities, such as dance, band, art, and they get to exercise and play. But what makes EBC Academy truly special is their wonderful staff at EBC. They're more than just educators. They truly care about the parents, the principal, the vice president, principals. They have meetings with our parents every single month, at least once or twice, and they have classes every single week to help the parents, which is, really grateful. The growth that I've seen in my son and my daughter, academically, socially, and personally, is because of the dedication of the teachers and leaders here. EBC doesn't only teach students, they build confidence, character, and commitment. Thank you very much for your time.
Next, we have Aaron Cook, followed by Christina Perez, followed by Wendy Alvarez.
Hi, guys. Good evening, distinguished board and cabinet members. Thank you for the opportunity to share tonight. Thank you also to the families and students that came. Such a blessing hearing your voices. Great job. My name is Aaron Cook. I am the music teacher at EBC. So I'm going to sing my remarks tonight. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. You play guitar and sing, right? Yeah, I looked you up. Yeah, we'll collab. We'll do something. Each day I witness our students making meaningful academic and social emotional progress as a result of the consistent support, care, and high expectations provided by our staff. 2 students in particular immediately come to mind. At the beginning of the school year, these 2 students exhibited significant behavioral challenges that impacted their learning and relationships. However, over the course of the year, I have watched each of them grow remarkably in both their academic engagement and social emotional behavior. Perhaps most inspiring has been seeing them slowly replace anger and opposition with a sense of calm, connection, and belonging. The progress these students have made is not accidental. It reflects the intentional, student-centered environment we cultivate at EBC. It is the kind of transformative growth that underscores the importance of the work we do every day. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the board to renew EBC's charter so that we may continue serving our students and community with the excellence for the next 5 years. Thank you. And go Cougars.
Do we have Christina Perez?
Buenas tardes a todos, mi nombre es Cristina Pérez. Solamente soy breve, nerviosa, pero les quiero dar a todos las gracias por estar aquí. A mí la escuela me ha ayudado bastante, especialmente con una hija que ya se graduó de esa escuela. Yo todavía vengo y les pido ayuda y todavía están para ayudarme con ella. Y más aparte con mis otros 2 niños, una que de verdad me ha dado no problemas, pero no sé la palabra correcta para decirle. No tenía mucha confianza con ella misma. Se tardaba horas en la oficina. Horas. Que la dejaba a las 8 y hasta las 11 entraba. Pero ellos le tuvieron mucha paciencia. Estaban ahí para ayudarnos. Nos ayudaron bastante con ella. Y ahorita ella es la Vice President, Priscilla Perez, para que miren el cambio que han hecho con ella. Y yo siempre los traigo desde Jurupa Valley y no me molesta manejar todo eso. Desde mi otra hija que estaba en esa escuela, he manejado para estar aquí en esta escuela porque siento que es más mejor donde yo vivo. y no me molesta la manejada. Gracias.
Good evening, all. My name is Cristina Perez, and I'm just going to be brief. I want to thank you all for being here. The school has helped me a lot. My daughter, who graduated from there, even she has issues now, she goes back to the school, and they still help her. I have two other children, and one has, I don't want to say problems, but, some issues with confidence in herself. And she would be there in the office, didn't want to leave the office. She would be there from 8 o'clock. And until 11, she'd still be there, and they would just let her be there, and then she goes into her classroom. So they've been patient with her, helping her a lot. And now I have my daughter, who's the Vice President of Leadership, Priscilla Perez, and I don't mind. We live in the Jurupa Valley, and I don't mind the drive because I feel that this is a better school for them than where I live, and I don't mind the driving.
And do we have Wendy? Is Wendy still with us? Wendy Alvarez? Okay, next we have Miss Ileana Suarez, followed by Kenneth, and followed by Susie. Yes. Thank you.
Good evening. Sorry. Better? Can you hear me now? Okay. Good evening, members of the board, staff, family, and community partners. My name is Mrs. Ileana Suarez, and I have been part of EBC family for a few years now. I am here not only as an educator, but also as a parent, because my own daughters attend EBC Academy. I experienced this school from both sides, and that gives me a unique perspective on what this site means for our students and families. Working at EBC Academy has allowed me to witness truly something special. Our students come to us with different challenges and different hopes, but what they all find here is a place where they are seen, supported, and are encouraged to grow. Our school is more than a building. It is a safe space, a second chance, in a community that believes every student deserves an opportunity to succeed. I have seen teachers and staff go above and beyond, staying late, checking in, creating learning environments. It is something we have built intentionally, and that is something worth protecting. Renewing our school site continuance means ensuring that our students continue to have a place where their needs are met, where their voices matter. I like to think we are transforming lives, one student, one family, one day at a time. I stand here today to strongly support the renewal of EBC Academy school site. Thank you for your time.
My normal audience is 27 third graders, so bear with me here tonight, folks. Need a little levity. Good evening, President Aceves and Superintendent Perez and our distinguished board members. My name is Kenneth Dorges, and I have been teaching at EBC Academy for 20 years. I have had the tremendous privilege of educating hundreds of young minds in our EBCA community, 17 of which I've been teaching third grade at EBC. Encouraging academic and social risks remain a top priority for all EBC teachers, including myself. A number of my former students spoke tonight. They exemplify the social risk-taking, growth mindset, and proactive philosophies that exemplify EBC Academy. I respectfully ask the board to renew EBCA's charter so we can continue to make significant positive impact on our EBCA community for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Good evening, President Bracer Aceves, distinguished board members, Dr. Perez, and cabinet members. My name is Susie Benderzewski, and I am a transitional kindergarten teacher at Edward B. Cole Senior Academy. I see students growing academically and socially every day as a result of the continued support and encouragement students receive daily. There are many examples I could share. One specifically is that our parents are an integral part of our school by participating in community-driven school activities, which results in our students' outstanding achievement and learning progress. This reflects the care and high expectations we uphold. I respectfully ask the board to renew EBCA's charter so we can continue this important work for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Next, we have Alyssa Plasencia, followed by Alyssa Martinez, followed by Julie Mojica.
Good evening, President Bracer Aceves, and distinguished board members. My name is Alyssa Plasencia, and I'm a first grade teacher at Edward B. Cole Academy. Edward B. Cole Academy has changed my life completely. The environment that our school has created is something that I have never experienced before, but always wanted to find. Our school family is all here to make a difference in the lives of our students. The hunger and drive that we all have is shown just by taking one step onto our campus. As an educator myself, I have seen our students excel with the coaching and care that is offered from our staff at EBC. Edward B. Cole Academy is crucial to the city of Santa Ana because of the environment that this school has created for our students. They look towards EBC as a place of belonging and a second home. Our students and their families find EBCA to be a safe space in our community where they can learn new skills to excel in our city. I respectfully ask the board to renew EBCA's charter so we can continue this important work for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Good evening, distinguished board members. My name is Alyssa Martinez, and I am proud to be an alumnus of EBCA. Growing up in a school so deeply rooted in its community taught me the importance of giving back. That is why I chose to return to EBCA as an instructional assistant, so I can provide our students with the same inspiration and opportunities that I once received from the incredible teachers and staff here. I kindly ask that you renew EBCA's charter so that our students can continue on their path to success and benefit from the same life-changing support that shaped me. Thank you.
Good evening, President Bracer Aceves, distinguished board members, Dr. Perez, and cabinet members. My name is Julie Mojica, and I'm a 5th grade teacher at EBC Cole Academy. I have been with EBC from the very beginning, first as an instructional assistant, and now in my 17th year as a teacher. In that time, I have seen firsthand the powerful impact our school has had on students and their families. To me, EBC is more than a campus. It is a family. We support one another, and we create an environment where students and parents feel welcomed, heard, and valued. Every year, families choose us because they know EBC is a place where their children will be cared for and pushed to succeed. One of the things I value most about EBC is our high expectations. We work every day to help students believe in their potential and understand that they can reach any goal they set. I see that growth daily, both academically and socially. I'd like to share one story that reflects our impact. A young boy came into my class with low self-esteem and significant anger challenges. Throughout the year, with patience and support, he learned to self-regulate and improve as a reader. Most importantly, he learned that he was capable and that I and our staff would not give up on him. The following year, he would visit me regularly to share his progress. By the end of his time, he left EBC, he was earning good grades and believed in himself. That transformation is what happens when the school community truly invests in its students. We have many stories like this. In fact, some former students have returned to EBC as adults to be part of the meaningful work they experience as children. That is the legacy of this school. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the board to renew EBC's charter for the next 5 years. Our students deserve a place where they are supported, challenged, and given the opportunity to become the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you.
Next, we have Brenda Alfaro, followed by Wendy Montoya, followed by Maria Diaz.
Good evening. My name is Maria Diaz. I am the mother of 2 students currently enrolled at Edward B. Cole Academy. I'm glad to be here tonight and share with you a little bit about my experience with the school. Both of my children have only known Edward B. Cole as their only school, and I can say that I have been happy with the support, the stability, encouragement, and overall the education they provide to the students and my children. In my case, a good example would be my son, Matthew, who is currently a 1st grader. Ever since Matthew was in TK, he had been struggling with staying focused, with following directions, not paying attention. Fast forward to today, he has made huge improvements to where he is meeting his goals. He is currently above satisfactory grade level and is meeting all his areas and subjects. On another hand, I have a daughter who is currently a 4th grader there, and ever since she stepped foot into that school, she has been knocking these grade levels like a piece of cake. She's been an honor roll student since 1st grade, and I can say that the reason being is because of the teachers and the education she is being provided by the school. I am very happy with the school, and I genuinely hope that the board renews Edward B. Cole's charter so that they can continue to provide for this community and for our future children. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Wendy Montoya. I currently have 2 students over at EBC Academy. One is TK, and my son being a 5th grader. For me, the impact this school has made, I actually transitioned my son over from Edison Elementary School here in Santa Ana over to EBC Academy when he first started 1st grade there. And the growth, the support that he's received at EBC Academy by all the staff has been amazing. Sorry, I get emotional. I get emotional when I get nervous, sorry. And seeing him grow, he's been in the leadership team for 2 years, and seeing his growth has been amazing. I know he still has a lot of work to do, but the staff here has given him the support. He is a very hyper kid, and even with me, sometimes I run out of patience, so I really, really thank EBC staff for being so patient, so caring, giving him the support, the great staff that they have, the great support that they have as a person that works in the healthcare. The resources that they provide to us, it's amazing. The Empower Scholars that they have is amazing as well. Even when schools are closed, they're open there for the parents that need that babysitting. They're open from 7:30 in the morning up until 6 p.m. And that for me is amazing, and that really, really is very valuable. I'm very blessed to be part of this school. I know this will be my son's last year, but I have my TKer that she's learning how to express herself and explore this world, and she's doing such a great job at this school, and I would never change ABC Academy for any other school. Unfortunately, my son will have to leave that school, but I hope that he gets to attend another school that helps him build that and give him that support that they are giving him there. This is why it is very important for me as a parent for you guys to renew this charter petition, because this school is amazing. Thank you.
And do we have Brenda Alfaro? No, Brenda. Next, we have Teodora Mendez, followed by Jennifer Garcia, followed by Yesenia Molina. One more call, Teodora Mendez, Jennifer Garcia, Yesenia Molina. We will go with our next speakers, Monica Avila Lopez, followed by Sonia Townsend.
Sorry. Good evening, board. My name is Monica Avila Lopez, and this is my first experience as a parent in any school system. Enrolling my little one was not an easy process emotionally, as I strongly considered homeschooling. Wanting to give public school a fair opportunity, I began trying to tour our neighborhood schools, as well as nearby schools. During this time, I came across an advertisement for Edward B. Cole Senior Academy. On it, a photograph of a girl dancing in traditional Jalisco dress. It caught my attention immediately. I even took a picture of the ad to show my husband, thinking, wow, I think our son would love to do that. We began to research it. After doing so, I booked a tour. I was pleasantly surprised by how different EBC felt the moment I walked in. The community liaison who guided me was incredibly welcoming. She put at ease every question I asked, and I was even more impressed of how well the staff knew their students. Each child who crossed our path was greeted by name, and every student responded with respect and confidence. As we continued the tour, I noticed so many things that my son would thrive on, such as the garden area, the hydroponic plants, both unique features to EBC. I also learned about the school's value system and noticed the sponsorship of Templo Calvario. While I understand that in traditional charter public school, religion cannot be taught or promoted, for our God-fearing household, it meant a great deal to see that affiliation. Needless to say, the tour was a home run. Even hearing everybody tonight, if I wasn't enrolled, I'd enrolled. Ezekiel has been in kindergarten in Ms. Nguyen's class since the school year began. My husband and I are incredibly impressed with the growth. In fact, despite having no preschool or TK instruction, only Sunday school at Saddleback Church, Ezekiel was awarded honor roll in his very first trimester. This achievement means so much to us, especially given how he was new to former school environment. Sorry. To say Ezekiel loves his school is an understatement. He is proud to be a Cougar and shares and embodies exactly what EBC Cougars are: responsible, creative, caring, capable, talented, and intelligent students. He recently told me that if he doesn't become a paleontologist, his first career choice, he would like to be a kindergarten teacher just like Miss Nguyen. When I asked him why, mom moment here. When I asked why, he said, because I would like to teach students how to make good choices and to love school like Miss Nguyen teaches me. If that doesn't speak volumes about the type of school EBC is, I'm not sure what does. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Townsend, and I'd also like to enroll in EBC. It sounds fabulous. Okay, so so I wanted to tell you a little bit. I was born in El Salvador, and I know I have mentioned it before, but I'm an American citizen now. But when I came to this country, this great country, I really believed that the schools would focus, and I know EBC it sounds great, but they would focus on educating and protecting our children. I want you to be aware that many parents, especially immigrant parents, are not being told the truth about policies that affect the student's safety and emotional well-being. We learned through trustee Brenda Lebsek that boys identifying as girls are allowed access to girls' restrooms, locker rooms, and overnight hotel rooms. We learned more than 260 students, some as young as the 4th grade, have requested gender changes, sometimes without parents being notified. We also learned that our schools contain books teaching children that they can choose from many genders, and even books with graphic sexual contents. And we learned that parents do have the right to opt their children out of gender and sexuality lessons, but the district doesn't tell us. Why is this important information hidden from families? How can families support their children's well-being when schools keep secrets? Trust is impossible without transparency. I thank Trustee Brenda Lipsek for being honest with parents and providing the information in Spanish at brenda4kids.com, the number 4. Tonight, I ask the board to refocus on matters that matter the best or the most: strong academics, student safety, emotional well-being, and honest communication with parents, because our children deserve nothing less. I'd like to also say it in Spanish. Buenas noches. Como un inmigrante de El Salvador, vine a este país creyendo que las escuelas se enfocan en educar y proteger a nuestros hijos, pero muchos padres, especialmente los padres inmigrantes, no estamos recibiendo información clara sobre políticas que afectan la seguridad y el bienestar emocional de nuestros estudiantes. Nos enteramos con la fiduciaria Brenda Lebsack que los niños que se identifican como niñas pueden usar los baños, a los vestidores y hasta cuartos de hotel que las niñas en viajes escolares. También supimos que más de 260 estudiantes, algunos desde el cuarto grado, han pedido cambiar su género, a veces sin que los padres no sean notificados. Y en nuestras escuelas hay libros que enseñan que existen muchos géneros y excluyen libros. Okay, well, you got the message. It's really important that we are aware of the situation. Thank you.
This concludes public presentations.
Thank you, Ms. Quiros, and thank you to the public for coming out and taking your time to share with us. We will now move to our consent calendar. Do any of my fellow board members wish to remove any items from consent calendar items 15.1 through 15.14? And consent calendar construction and bond-related items 16.1 through 16.4. Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, 15.3, 15.5, 15.6, and 15.8. That's only 4.
Thank you for considering the time. Appreciate that. Anybody else? Ms. Magdaleno?
None.
Vice President Bustos?
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 15.11.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Alvarez?
None.
Okay. And myself, none. Okay. If there are no further items to be removed, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, can I get a second?
A second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Magdaleno, second by Mr. Bustos. Let's prepare to vote. Ms. Lebsack?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. Did you want to read it, though? Oh, yes. Sorry.
Okay, with a 5-yes vote, motion carries. Thank you. So we'll now go back to 15.3.
Approval of extended field trips in accordance with Board Policy 6153, school-sponsored trips, Administrative Regulation 6153, school-sponsored trips, Administrative Regulation 6153.1, extended school-sponsored trip, and Board Policy 5145.31, transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming students.
Okay. Ms. Lipsak, you pulled this comment, this item. Do you want to speak to it?
Yes. No, I want to say, I'm very happy that Santa Ana Unified has opportunities for overnighters. And I know Davis Elementary School is going to one of my favorite childhood campgrounds, which is Camp Cedar Crest in Running Springs. But again, I will vote no on overnighters because we have an overnight policy that may align with state law, but it does not align with federal law. And soon I believe it will be proven in the courts as unconstitutional. Just as no opt-out and no notification of unlimited gender choice teachings were deemed unconstitutional in the SCOTUS decision of Mahmoud versus Taylor during the summer of 2025. I've been speaking to many Santa Ana parents, and they are under a false assumption that our school district is complying with executive orders as it relates to gender identity. As the speaker said, I think it's important if they go to brenda4kids.com, the number 4, there will be more information about how parents can know their rights related to this. Parents, Santa Ana Unified is not following executive orders on this subject, so please do not have a false sense of security. According to this overnight policy, a biological boy who identifies as a girl or as both a boy and girl, or as neither, or who may fluctuate and change genders day to day or year to year may do so. And according to our policy, that biological boy has every right to use the facility to match his gender feeling that day or that moment, whether it be a bathroom, locker room, hotel room, or any other segregated space based on sex. And our policy says that school personnel do not have to tell parents when this is happening. This policy takes advantage of girls and guilts them if they do not feel comfortable or safe undressing in front of biological boys. You may say, oh, Brenda, that has not happened here in Santa Ana Unified. Well, this policy is in place, so it's only a matter of time.
Okay. And I did this backwards, but can I get a motion to approve item 15.3?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second? I'll second. Let's prepare to vote. Okay. On a 4 yes vote, motion carries. Okay. Moving on to item 15.5.
Approval ratification of listing of agreements, contracts with Santa Ana Unified School District for 2025 to 2026 school year.
Thank you. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. Any comments? Ms. Magdaleno?
Yes, thank you. I really quickly wanted to highlight Project Kinship and NutriGround for the work that they've been doing in our school sites. Project Kinship, and they're out, just thanking Project Kinship and for their support to our students, for their restorative practice, mentorship, counseling, and just for the public to know that they have a new welcoming center that our students can stop by any chance that they get. So just wanted to thank Steve, Kim, and his team for all the work that they're doing. And then I think this contract is for Santa Ana High School and Century, and then the one for NutriGround is for Willard. And NutriGround will be doing a lot of work that helps create safer space, more supportive learning, and strengthens relationships across all of our school communities. So I just want to thank both of those organizations for their work.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, I wanted to bring up number 5, which was under consultants. It says that we provide customized instruction to St. Anne's Parish for school students for about $200,000. I don't think most people realize that, there's private schools that benefit from our services. So I just thought I'd make that public. I'm assuming that those services are probably speech and language therapy, or physical therapy or those types of services.
I will ask the team to come up to share. This is actually out of our English learner programs department.
Okay.
So they'll share a little bit about that.
So I'll have Alex, Dr. Nedelko, join me up here and Dr. Alvarado. But private schools also receive funding, and we are the agency that, will give them or issue the funds for them to receive services. So your private schools also receive Title I funding, which I think is what they received in this case, St. Anne's School. And that will be utilized towards tutoring services. So that money is actually earmarked for them to use it to support students in that particular way. So it really is not special education services. In this case, it's to service English learners.
That's something I just learned right now. I didn't know that. I thought it was only for special education. So thank you for informing me. And I'm sure there's a lot of people in our community and public that don't know that either. So it's good to know. Thank you. Oh, that was it, Alex, for you, right? The other one was number 7, and I know Trustee Magdaleno did bring up Project Kinship. I just wanted to bring this up only because for 2024 to 2025, we funded for about $776,000 for Project Kinship, but it's now going up for 2025-26 to over $1 million. Now, I did visit Project Kinship. I mentioned this before. I do think it's a great program. And I just want to make sure once again that this program, because it's not a one-size-fits-all, I understand that our schools, such as, every school has a little different need. And I know Century, Santa Ana High School, was it Valley and Willard really, a benefit from Project Kinship. I think it's Willard. Do our middle schools? Yeah, they do too. But do the schools, are we making, this is a lot of money, $1 million is a lot of money. And so when we're allocating this money, are the schools getting to choose whether they want this service or not? Or are we just saying, okay, this is the program, the board chose this program, and we are saying this is what you're going to do? Or are the schools actually having autonomy to make decisions on what programs they feel best suits their needs?
Mm-hmm. You'll hear me say this, often. The folks who the decisions impact, those are closest to the decision should be involved, and most definitely our schools, they have a say in this altogether. I'm going to say very openly, it is why some choose Project Kinship over some other agency groups that we work with. It is their choice. We have schools that choose to opt not to use some organizations and have most recently really been opting into using Project Kinship more. We do not, and it is not the board obviously approves this, but it's not the board's decision. Nobody on the board is saying, oh, we should be using Project Kinship or Neutral Ground. That is not how that happens. The schools, grassroots saying, hey, we need help with restorative, and oftentimes have relationships with those agencies from prior years of working together. And that also informs their decisions, whether they choose to stay with that group or go to another group based on the experience they had.
And the price is going up because they're increasing their services in particular schools.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to add, so every year they meet with their school site council, and they also review their school plan for student achievement, and so there's goals that they're working on. So every year they get on our commitment form if they choose to bring these services to their site and allocate their site funds to it. They have a choice between Neutral Grounds, Project Kinship, or Engage 360. And like you said, increasing services, many times the difference is just increasing the number of days that they are on campus.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bustos?
Thank you. Just want to highlight that I'm supportive of these contracts, but I do have some questions, concerns related to the time in the year that these contracts are coming forward. And so my question is, for these schools where we're making amendments, Willard, I see Lathrop, Sava, Santa Ana High School, Century High School. Did we already have Project Kinship and or Neutral Ground at these sites at the beginning of the school year?
I'll speak to the Project Kinship piece. I know the team is going to give some context for the neutral ground. Project Kinship, yes, existed at both of those schools. And as Ms. DeJournay explained, we do an initial analysis. What do we think we need? But circumstances and conditions change at school sites. And I know specifically I spoke with both leaders of those schools, and I know that this is a result of us trying to be proactive and prevent any type of things that, could be impacting the culture on the campus.
Okay.
Yeah, so not for all of the sites. It really depends how many days their contract was requesting. And for Neutral Grounds Project Kinship, I can't speak on behalf of Engage 360, but my experience is that their staff want to work full-time, so 5 days. So if a school site is requesting 2 days, then we partner them with another school site that's requesting 3 days. So sometimes there is a delay in them receiving staffing as they're working to staff the request.
Okay. So then can you clarify for the Willard and Lathrop and Sava? I know I see 4 days and 2 days. What is that? Does that mean, for example, they're going to have someone from Neutral Ground at Willard for 4 days out of the week?
Correct.
And is that an increase from a previous number of days that they've had, or this is completely new for Willard?
They had Neutral Grounds last year as well. I can't speak to how many days they had last year, but I can get that information for you.
What about this academic year?
For this academic
Yeah.
year, it's been 4 days.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So then what's the ask here if it's already been 4 days?
To add them. So they needed to have their meetings in order to allocate their funds, and then we're bringing it forward to add them to the contract that we originally had.
So is this like a ratification, or?
So I want to make sure that we're really clear. So if we had neutral ground for, let's say, 2 of the 3 schools that are listed here, it's coming back as a amendment to add the 3rd school.
Correct.
Okay.
So that's why it's an amendment, it might not be an amendment to the services for any one of those particular schools. But in really erring on the side of transparency, we don't want to bring it forward and not give the compounding dollar amounts that we're actually allocating to any one vendor.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's helpful, and that clarifies a lot of things for me. Again, just as we move forward, it's really important for our schools, I believe, really early on to be able to assess the need. I know that sometimes it's going to be difficult. I know that things happen. Not just in our school sites, but out in the community. I think that the city of Santa Ana itself, doesn't offer enough services to address some of the issues that are happening out in the community, particularly with what we're seeing related to gang violence out in the city. I know now the superintendent is working with their city manager to figure out how we can work collaboratively to do that. Again, I feel like we're consistently picking up slack as a school district. And so I'm going to support it because I know that it's necessary, and I know that our kids need it. But at the same time, as we move forward, it's going to be important for us to lean on our community partners like the city to figure out how we work together to address the needs and address the things that are happening out in the community, not necessarily, in our school sites, right? So thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can I add something just for clarification? Just to give you a little bit of context from the site administrators, you're correct. In order to get this ahead of time, it's what we want to do. But sometimes the things that we run into, say, for example, I'll just use Saddleback as an example. I might have done 2 days, and as the year starts, things are going real well. Then all of a sudden, we realize that we start having issues. And then what happens is then it gets to the point where we decide, you know what, we might need more than 2 days. What brings it to a point where it's a little bit difficult, now I have to go back to my school site council, which is usually a month, and then bring them together, because that's where parents have a say because they're part of school site council. So that's kind of what the delay is sometimes. So we can't just say, I want to add another day or two, let's do it. I have to go back and present that to them, and then they still have to approve it. And then depending on the parents, they might ask questions, they might ask for data. Then we have to go back and gather that and then come back again. So duly noted, but just to give you a little bit of context, why sometimes a little bit hard where it comes this late, because sometimes we're adding as we're going. So hopefully that
Thank
helps
you.
out.
Yeah, thank you. That's great. Thanks for providing some additional clarity there. Appreciate it.
Okay, and then I also wanted to just add to the conversation. I know this brought up for me, Superintendent Dr. Perez and I had a meeting with some of our local electeds, with our Congress representative, with Congressman Correa a while back, and we had talked about some funding at the federal level. Now, I don't know, with so much, shifts at the federal level, if that's something that's still available, but in regards to some of this work. And so I just want to highlight that for the team and also for our superintendent, so that we can follow up on that to see for this next year if that's even something at the federal level that they're offering. But with seeing no other speakers on the list, let's go ahead and take a vote. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, a motion carries. 15.6.
Approval ratification of listing of no-cost community partnership agreements with Santa Ana Unified School District for 2025-2026 school year.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. I'll open it up for comments for the speakers list.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to mention for 15.6, number 1, it was the Simon Scholars Program, and I know we had a lot of speakers talk about the Simons Program last board meeting, but I did want to mention that I was able to go to Valley, and I know Trustee Magdalena was there also during their Thanksgiving giveaway, and really get to talk to a lot of the leaders and get a lot more of the history behind the program. And I thought that was really interesting, very fascinating. It made me feel a lot more comfortable, supporting the program. And also just the founder, and knowing that this very extremely generous person with a vision, I hope someday we can meet this person. Maybe you all have, but I look forward to maybe meeting that person. Wanted to mention that. The number 3 one was Canine Companions. Now, I know this is a no-cost partnership, but this is about therapy dogs and including therapy dogs in the classroom. My question is, just because something's free doesn't mean it's great. And I guess I want to know, did we get buy-in from the principals, from the teachers, from the custodians on having therapy dogs and canine companions in our schools?
Before they start, just for a point of clarification, the first item I think you were referring to was the NAC. This is Simon Scholars.
Oh, you're right. Oh,
No, it's okay.
right. Yeah.
People I wanted the community
Thank
to
you.
be aware. Yeah.
I did mess that up.
They are similar.
They are kind of similar,
I mean,
huh?
they support students in a similar way, but that Valley and all of that was NAC.
Thank you.
So as far as Canine Companions, it's a partnership with one school. It's actually Edison Elementary School. So, and yes, Dr. Gina Zybert, who is the principal of Edison, along with the staff, are really excited. They have partnered for a long time, and she is actually, what is the official title? She is the certified person on the campus who actually manages the dog and who actually will bring it around the campus. So
The principal?
The principal. Oh. So she is that vested in this. And Edison is a unique school where they've actually used dogs in other ways to actually help motivate students when it comes to reading and fluency levels and just getting them excited about academics. Students are able to practice, so this is like another layer that we're adding to this, but it is the principal herself who is the person who is managing the dog on the campus.
Oh, so this is a dog going into a classroom. It's not individual students carrying a dog around all day, 24/7.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Got it. Not like the dogs on the airplane? Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
That's a big difference. That's a big difference. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, any other speakers on this item? I will share, my sister actually is up, I think in Northern California right now at Guide Dogs for the Blind, getting her new guide dog. So speaking of students with their individual dogs, when we were in school, my sister had a guide dog, and I know their therapy dogs are different, but I've had the opportunity to see the therapy dog on campus at Edison, and I thought that was really neat, the support that they're offering our students. I've also seen our therapy, but our partners through OCDE actually bring in therapy dogs and emotional support animals, in time of crises to support our students at sites. So I'm really excited to see this item and very excited to hear that this year the principal is actually the designated person who will be leading this effort. Very cool. But with no other comments, let's prepare to vote. With a 5 yes vote, motion carries. 15.8.
Approval ratification of listing of software license agreements with Santa Ana Unified School District for 2025 to 2026 school year.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. I'll open it up for discussion.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about number 7 because it's talking about software dealing with cybersecurity, data protection, recovery under rubric. And I just wanted to mention that it kind of sparked when we went to the CSBA conference last week in Sacramento. During the exhibit halls, they did have one thing that really stood out to me, and I did bring it up to Dr. Perez concerning security, online security, and it was called a net appropriate, and it identifies predators before there's a victim, offering investigative and forensic services. It is a software program that I think this is something that could actually help prevent these problems. It offers investigative forensic services and identifies predators. I already said that. But I do think this software is worth looking into, especially after AB 727 is implemented in our schools starting in July of this summer. The Orange County Department of Education sent a letter to Governor Newsom about the potential dangers of Trevor Space, chat spaces where minors can mix with unvetted random adults on an international virtual platform. However, Governor Newsom ignored the warning and signed the bill for a Trevor Project to be on the back of all student ID cards for grades 7 through 12. So we will, I believe, need that extra precaution in place to protect students. And I actually just wrote an article about this that is published in the Washington Times.
Okay, seeing no other speakers on the list, let's prepare to vote. With the 5 yes vote, motion carries. 15.11.
Authorization to utilize statewide piggyback contract number 1222314C, enforcement vehicles, police pursuit awarded to Folsom Lake Ford for purchase of vehicles.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
I move.
Okay, can I get a second? Okay, I'll open up, if you, thank you, Dr. Alvarez. Okay, with a motion and a second, please add yourself to the speaker list if you would like to comment. I think Mr. Vice President Bustos. You may have been
Sure, I can
first. Okay.
Mr. Hacker, or Dr. Perez, I have some questions related to just the contract itself. So I don't know if we can have Mr. Hacker come
Yeah,
up
sure,
and answer some of
definitely.
the fiscal questions here.
Mhm.
Can you, just for the public, can you clearly define what a piggyback contract is and really how it works and why staff is recommending this purchasing method over a competitive bidding process?
Of course. So a CMAS contract or any sort of piggybackable bid, we're taking advantage of the fact that another agency in the state, so another school district, another municipality, another purchasing entity has already gone through the process and done a competitive bid. And typically when they do so, they're doing so with greater volume than we can do as a school district, as a single school district. So their collective buying power, we're tapping into their collective buying power and taking advantage of the lower pricing that they were able to achieve by having this bid. So even though we're not doing a competitive bid, it is a CMAS or a piggybackable contract is almost always less than doing your own bid.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. And then can you talk about the end date for this state piggyback contract? And what are some of the financial or fiscal implications of using a contract that, like this one, that expires at a
Okay,
certain
so
end
let me
date?
just, I could look at my computer, what is the end date?
Yeah.
Yep.
Please. Or I guess not a specific date, but a year. Do you know the year?
So these piggybackable contracts, and it's going to take a while to refresh, they typically expire, but they're almost always, oh, there's the contract guy.
This particular one expires in 2027. It was just recently renewed.
Okay, 2027. And is that a practice for the contracts to be renewed, or I guess?
The state contracts, yes.
Okay.
Because it is expensive for us to go to do the advertising and the bidding process, so.
Okay, interesting. I don't know that. Good to know. And are there any, like the second part of my question was whether there were any fiscal implications of using a contract that, like this one that expires, knowing that it might get extended, might not, but this one does have an expiration date. So, for example, will pricing change over the course of the next, you said 2027? Over the next 2 years? Are we locking ourselves into a purchase timeline that might not align with our current budget constraints? Curious to hear your
I think
thoughts.
this is just for a one-time purchase, but we just go through the authorization process, so we could use it at any time if an opportunity or a need arises in the future. But this particular one, we're getting the approval because there's a need for vehicles currently in the police department.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I guess my question is, what due diligence has our staff done to ensure that this piggyback contract truly does offer the lowest price possible? And so have we independently verified that this pricing is still competitive in 2025, this year?
I would say, yeah, because we did our own bid about a year ago, I think it was, but it got tabled and pulled and never awarded. But this pricing does appear to be lower than what we had originally gotten.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. That's good to know. And then I do have questions related to our like fleet inventory. So I don't know if
Yeah, I would invite Chief Mancia to come and address those questions.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening, Chief. Thank you. Can you share a little bit about, or can you share how many police vehicles our district currently owns? And then, share around like from those, all of those police vehicles, how many of them are functional, how many are in partial operation, and then how many of them are out of service?
So the fleet, and I believe you asked me that question a while back, and you said police vehicles. So I was unable to answer that date that you asked. So right now, we have 27 vehicles assigned to our fleet. Of those 27 vehicles, 4 are motorcycles, One's an Explorer van, and I want to say the first 18 here are Dodge Chargers and/or Explorers, so those are all,
You can
You're
finish.
okay, you're okay, finish.
and right now inactive, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them are inactive. 2 of the inactives are motorcycles.
Okay.
And those are, for my description in my notes, are pending repairs, and pending repairs.
So all 10, so 8 of those vehicles, oh, sorry. So it's 8 total, including the 2 motorcycles, correct, that you said are inactive?
Correct.
Okay, and so what does that mean, inactive?
Well, inactive means that they are either waiting to be repaired or waiting for approval for funds to be repaired. So I don't know if those are going to get through and get approved, or they're just going to be in a holding pattern waiting for the mechanics bay to have a spot and the appropriate personnel to repair those cars.
Okay, thank you. And I know my time is up, so if others have questions.
I don't see anyone on the speaker list yet. I did want to just follow up on that question. So did I hear you correctly? So 8 are inactive, pending repairs, but we don't know if they are going to be repaired and back in use. Could you clarify that?
Sure. So on here, and I'll just pick 1 or 2 of these out. It says I have a Dodge Charger, and it says inactive pending repairs. I don't have on my description here, I don't have what the repairs are. So it could be anything from several $1,000s, or it could just need new tires, or it could need a radiator. I don't have the pricing, so what happens is we have to put in, we put it in, we ask for the repairs to be done, and then somebody has to prove the cost of it, or are we going to hold on to the vehicle, or is it worth holding on to the vehicle?
So do we have that information available?
Can I ask for either Ron, or if you're able to, there's a point at which the expense to repair a vehicle becomes prohibitive. And so what I think I'm hearing you say is that you're not sure if some of those costs to repair are prohibitive and they're going to be essentially taken out of the fleet.
I can answer that before I let you answer that. So industry standard for police vehicles is $75,000, and I've got industry standard for police vehicle mileage is $75,000. I have 10 vehicles that are at or exceeding that. So at what point do we continue to make the repairs, or do we do what we're trying to do, which is purchase and replace those cars that are miled out?
And I guess that would be important for us as a board to have that information, like what is the recommendation with those vehicles? And that's what I'm wondering, because are they actually pending repairs to be used by our staff, or has there been a recommendation made to, retire those vehicles? Because you mentioned things as simple as like a tire repair or things like that. And so that would be information we would need.
So I cannot speak to all of these situations. I will tell you that business services stays in direct communication with the transportation department. Transportation is actually under purchasing. And so, I mean, even today, I went over there and had a conversation with the transportation manager, not about a police vehicle, but about a maintenance and operations vehicle. And the conversations are looking at the mileage, if we're looking at a transmission, then my questions are, well, is the body in good shape? Are other parts of the drivetrain in good shape? So we're making a strategic decision on a case-by-case basis, and I'm relying upon Christina's expertise to determine whether or not we should go for the repair or replace the vehicle. With many of these police vehicles, and although 75,000 miles doesn't seem like a lot, the police vehicles have what's called high idle time. So they spend a lot of time idling versus actually running, and that's harder on an engine. So 75,000 miles, those are hard miles for police vehicles. So in this particular case, because we haven't replaced police vehicles in 3-4 years, we really have vehicles that are at end of life and need to be replaced. And we're hesitant to spend money we're hesitant to spend good money chasing bad and put money into these vehicles if the overall engine's not in good shape.
That I understand, and I understand the need to make sure our staff are equipped to do their work. I'm just wondering if that information has, like, where are you at in the process? Because it just seems maybe I missed something, but the timeline seems off to approve for the vehicles if we don't know where we are with the current ones, or we're still looking at that.
Oh,
I'm
no,
not saying I'm not.
No, we need them. I mean, I'm saying, I can't speak to every single one of these, but there is absolutely a need for 3 of these vehicles to be replaced.
Three out of the 8 for sure you've identified it would be the cost advantage to replace, and there is the need from
That's correct.
Chief and his team.
And according to the 3-year plan that we did share, it is the 3 that we are interested in at this moment. It's not 8. I mean, although there probably would be a benefit if the world were different and we had money to do that. But in this immediate moment, the 3 is what is on schedule, budgeted for in this year.
Okay, thank you. And I see we have 2 other speakers, so there may be more questions. Dr. Alvarez?
This question is for the chief. Are you aware of any incidents towards where an officer could not respond because their car broke down on the way to the incident?
Yes.
And Dr. Perez, what is the liability to us in those types of situations?
I actually am going to ask, where do I see her? Sarah, sorry. I was scanning. If Dr. Sarah Nazir will come up and help address that from the risk management standpoint. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Nazir, Executive Director of Risk Management. So liability is huge, and the risks are huge when you have a vehicle that is failing to reach a destination if there is an emergency, because then the liability falls back on the district as to us not responding in time. So it's really important for us to replace the aging vehicles as needed by the district to be able to prevent all of the risks and the liability.
And let me go back to the chief real quick. Could you tell us a little bit more about that one incident? I believe the incident where the car broke down, it was somebody with a weapon at a school?
I don't remember the incident. I remember that the officer that was responding didn't make it. By the time he got there, his car was smoking. The engine was smoking. I'm going to say the car was on fire, was smoking. There was a second incident where the officers were having briefings. Something happened in the morning where there was an emergent call. And when one of the officers ran out to get in the car, we had put the hoods up on the car in the parking lot so that they don't get in the wrong car, because there's nowhere else to store the cars that aren't running. He jumped in the car, couldn't start it because the car's out of service, ran into another car, everybody's leaving. That delayed it. Again, it goes back to risk and liability. There's a delay of this individual getting into an emergent call simply because he's getting into cars that aren't running.
And let me go back to Dr. Nazir real quick. Okay, so we're an educational institution. We have our own police department. So going back to the liability, if we have our own police department, do we have a legal obligation to make sure that they have all the resources and equipment that they need to safeguard our community?
Absolutely.
Or schools?
100%. Yes.
Thank you.
That's a short answer.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Magdalena?
Yes, thank you to my colleagues. I had similar questions, so thank you for the conversation and the dialogue. So, Chief, I wanted to ask, how many school officers do we have? Police officers?
School resource officers or officers on the department? I'm not sure exactly what you're asking.
Both.
So I'd have to count the number of SROs, and then I'd have to, right now I have 15 officers. And if I count in my head how many SROs, it would be all of the high schools minus Chavez, minus Lauren Grissett, minus, I want to say middle college. So
So all of these individuals use the police patrol units, or who uses these the most?
So every SRO is assigned a vehicle, a patrol officer on day shift, front of the week, day shift, latter half of the week, graveyard, patrol officer, both sides of the week. So 1, 2, 3, 4 officers, then a supervisor for day shift, a supervisor for graveyard shift, and then the administrative vehicles. And there's also, again, an Explorer van, there's a motorcycle, there's a backup motorcycle that needs repairs, and then the other 2 are, I think we've already sent them to Mike, we sent them to.
So I know you mentioned earlier that 75,000 miles is what is the criteria for suggesting that we need a new vehicle. Was that correct?
Yes.
And what other criteria do we look for aside from the mileage?
Well, the mileage is what we're looking at, but if a car breaks down or the car is not worth repairing, like Mr. Hack was saying, why put the money continuously into a car that may be a lemon or may just is having issues? The idle time, the mobile digital computer, the radio, all the equipment that's in the car and it's draining the car, it makes it so that 75,000 is pushing it.
And do we ensure that the department ensures proper maintenance on these vehicles? So every other, how so often do they get maintenance, any type of repairs?
Yeah, all of that's recorded within the department, yes.
Okay. So a little bit about the contract. I see here in the description, it says enforcement vehicles, police pursuit, and then underneath it says Ford Explorer V6 8WD. And then same thing at the bottom, but with the dash HEV. Is that the type of vehicle that we are purchasing?
Yes.
And is there tiers to that level? So are we getting the highest, tier with the bells and whistles? Because
No,
we don't need that.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah, no, they're all standard. There is no high, medium, and low. They are put out. They put a police package on them. Like you're saying, we're jumping on the department that I came from prior to here. They were buying them in the thousands, and they're flat, and then they put the equipment on them, and then they send them out. There's no bells and whistles. We're not trying to add anything to the cost. We're trying to keep the cost down.
So these are just basic models?
Basic police package models.
So not like a real police car that SAPD has?
I don't even know what they had, to be honest with you. No, we're just getting the basic police vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Bustos, were you on the speakers list?
Yeah.
Okay.
So just to follow up on that question, so the prices that we're looking at, what's the approximate cost for one of the vehicles?
I can answer what I put. It was just shy of 50, like 49,000 and change. And then when you put some of the stuff they need to have it, make it a police vehicle to push out, it's just under 60.
Okay, great. That was actually my question. If the price that was being shown to us actually included the price of all of the equipment, for example, like radios, I don't know, laptops or whatever is needed to operate that vehicle. So thank you for that clarification. And then have we considered other models, other makes or models for our police vehicles aside from the ones that are a part of this contract?
I can say that, yes, we have. It's been the Ford Explorer were the cheapest, but it's also an issue for police vehicles. There's a 2-month window annually to purchase the vehicles. Mm-hmm. So it kind of limits. Actually, the time passed. We put in a bid, even though we didn't have, we put in a request, even though it wasn't approved, and they've just been gracious enough to hold on to it, hoping that this gets approved.
Okay, thank you. And what other models were you all looking at?
Dodge Chargers, which we're going away from.
Okay, and then can you also share, I guess, in terms of projected future costs, so looking ahead, so what is being, I guess, asked here and what is the need is the 3 vehicles, but I guess now looking ahead into 2027, 2028, what is the plan to address the need to replace vehicles while also being conscious of our budget?
Well, the hope was, rather than ask for the 8 to 9 vehicles that we're hoping to replace 3 this year, then look again to come back up and ask for 3 the following year, and then 2 to 3 the final year or the year after that.
Okay. And then is each one of your officers assigned their own vehicle?
No.
No. Okay. So can you share a little bit about that? More about that?
Well, an SRO will take the same car to the same school each day. A patrol officer, which is, let's say, a day shift, he'll work the shift. At the end of the day, he'll park the car, he'll end his shift. When the graveyard guy comes in, he'll take that car or one of the one of the other patrol cars, but they're not assigned, and they take all their equipment out at the end of the day unless they're an SRO and they know they're going to use it for that entire week. But that's not to say somebody can't take his vehicle. So if I come in for graveyards and let's say I get in the car and it's having trouble starting or there's issues with it, I can take an SRO vehicle. I will just go ahead and put my equipment in the car for the night.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And then my question was related to actually some funding sources grants. So I don't know who would be best to answer that. I think we saw it. I think.
Sorry, I was trying to gather some
No,
information.
my question was, my next few questions are related to funding sources or potential grants, but I think our
team left,
yeah.
but I
So
can
maybe we
speak-
can come back. I think that there's other folks on the
Okay.
list, so I can wait.
Okay.
Okay, we can go to Ms. Magdalena.
Yes, of course. You just mentioned earlier, answering one of Vice President Bustos' questions, that each vehicle is shy of 60 grand. Is that correct?
Each vehicle priced was $49,000. When they put the equipment on and ship it to us, it ends up being just shy or at $60,000.
So the board received information on school police vehicles and our 3-year school police vehicle projection. And on here, it says each fully equipped estimated cost of $95,000. Is there an error, a discrepancy here?
Hold on, 185. Yeah, so what's going to happen is, I think, to clarify what Mr. Bustos asked, the equipment that's being sent from the manufacturer, from Ford, is, I'll just give you a couple: spotlights, headlights, selling price, front headlights, paint all 4 doors, and that brings the price to 60. We still have to put a computer in, we still have to put the radio equipment in. That's the difference on the price.
So if I can clarify to make sure that we're all on the same page. What we get from the manufacturer with what is the outfitting for a police vehicle brings us to 65. There's still pieces that we need to equip it with that might be having the technology that our department uses. Is that
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
And can we verify some of those things with our team? I want to make sure that our board and our community have the accurate information.
So it's 185 before we outfit them. And there was emailed to me, stated, I believe stated $95,000 total.
This is what I'm at. This is, yeah.
So we have Maribel's. We don't. No, but this is before outfitting.
Yeah, that's just the vehicle.
Yeah, so the pure vehicle price before any outfitting is $185,000 for 3. So that's just over, that's about $62,000. And I can very quickly check an email and see what the outfitting is.
So really quick, I have another question while you guys are getting that information. So this contract right here, so it means, does this mean that we are purchasing the 3 vehicles? Or what does it mean by us approving this contract, this piggyback contract?
This contract just allows us to purchase them because it exceeds bid limit. California Department of Education publishes an annual bid limit. Right now, it's 114.8. It's going to go up in a couple days. But the purchase of these 3 vehicles, if we were to purchase them, it would require us to go out to bid ourselves. This is just us not having to go out to bid, like Mr. Hacker explained earlier, because they buy in volume, so they get more competitive pricing than we were if we were to have to go out to bid ourselves.
I want to clarify. I think, Board Member Magdaleno, are you asking what are we actually asking for, and what is the number that we are looking to purchase, just plain and simple?
So after we approve this contract, what are we gonna, that opens it up for us to purchase vehicles, or are we approving that we are purchasing the 3 vehicles here?
This opens us up to do
Yeah,
the purchase.
this allows us to purchase vehicles.
And before you purchase them, will you be coming back so we can approve that as well? Or you guys have the authority to purchase whatever's on this 3-year school police vehicle projection?
Normally, that's what, like, this gives us the authority to go out and start purchasing.
Where would the board see that
But
purchase?
it would be on the PO report.
On the purchasing order? Okay. So today we would have to give you direction on how many vehicles, if not 3, right? Not the whole projection that we have here that the board received
We have asked for 3.
for 3.
That is what I understood to be the ask, and should the board approve this piggyback, that is what I would, the only thing that I would authorize to have happen.
Did we get the other information?
While we're waiting, I did just want to circle back because I think I asked, but I'm not sure if it was super clear for the community. So, and Chief, thank you. I know you broke down the numbers and the math, but how many staff do we have on a given shift, right? When we have maximum level of your team working at a time, and then how many working vehicles do we have?
So I can answer the first part of the question, which is I would have, let's say it's a Wednesday in the middle of the week, I will have myself, a lieutenant, an administrative sergeant, a field sergeant, approximately six SROs, a patrol officer, and 2 detectives, and a motorcycle officer. So then the second part of your question, I wasn't really understanding. I heard it, I just don't understand what you're asking when you're saying how many vehicles.
How many, I'm trying to add up those numbers, so I might have to go over them again with you, but how many working vehicles in total do you have? Because I know that you mentioned 27.
Yeah, it fluctuates. So I can tell you, I mean, I can go to, this update was yesterday's date. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 working vehicles, and that is for patrol and SROs and detectives. And of those 12, they're active, but a couple of them are pending. It says active pending repairs, which means they're driving it, but there's stuff that needs to be repaired.
Okay, I'm looking at it compared to the overall number we talked about earlier was 27 vehicles. And I thought 8 are inactive, but 12 plus 8 would be 20, so I'm wondering about the other 7.
Well, there's 3 administrative cars. There's an Explorer post van. So it's the van we use only to transport explorers, so that's not used as a patrol vehicle. It's not used as a detective vehicle.
I think it might be helpful if we're talking about, because I might be tracking you correctly, but please stop me if I'm not. I think what you are trying to do is make the nexus between the number of officers that we have and the number of, at any given moment, and the number of vehicles to figure out, do we actually have enough vehicles that are needed for any given shift?
Yes, that is what I was trying to find out.
And Chief, I think what I'm hearing you say, I think you're including all of the vehicles, and I know what you're looking at because it's what we looked at together. For the sake of this conversation, can we look at the police vehicles? Don't worry about the van or any of those other things. Look at the police vehicles so that our board member can have some clarity about, do we have enough vehicles at any given time to correlate with the number of on-duty officers that we have? Would that be helpful?
Yeah, the complete number of maximum on-duty officers that we have at any given time, like maybe you said Wednesday, what might be, the day when you have the most staff. And then the correlating number of working vehicles that are, like you said, maybe not including the van or things like that. That would be very helpful. And in the meantime, Ron, did you have something else to add about?
I can confirm that the total cost between the purchase of the vehicles and outfitting them is approximately $94,000.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
the total cost per vehicle, which includes the purchase of the vehicle itself and outfitting the vehicle with all of the police equipment, is approximately $94,000.
Okay, thank you.
So I am counting 12 vehicles that are not inactive of just the patrol vehicles. But unfortunately, of that number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those vehicles are at or exceeding the mileage, the 75,000 mileage. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
So the problem becomes, we're hoping we get in the car and we're hoping it makes it from A to B.
okay, so the numbers are a little bit different. So 12 patrol vehicles that's the number of vehicles that the staff could use for a regular shift. And that's the number that are active.
Correct, as of December 8, which was yesterday.
Okay, and then there's 8 that are inactive on top of that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes.
Okay, so there's 20 total.
I'm sorry, 6 inactive. The other 2 inactives are motorcycles, and I'm not going to count those.
Okay, oh my gosh, okay, 6 inactive. And and how many staff in total? I know you listed it, I'm not sure, I just want to make sure I got it correctly. At most, how many staff do you have on shift?
On a shift or in the department?
In the department at any given time when you maxed out.
Okay, maxed out, so I would have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Okay, so 14. And each of those staff on your team, for liability, for purposes of doing their work, they would need to have a working vehicle readily available for their role.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so even for folks who work in the office,
Yes.
but they need to have that ability.
Yes.
And I'm seeing Dr. Nazir shaking her head yes too. Okay, so 14 total. Okay, with 12 vehicles. Thank you. That's very helpful.
You're welcome.
Ms. Lebsack?
I'm just ready to vote.
We have one more speaker on the list. If folks are okay with that, maybe this might be our last comment. If folks, I don't see anyone else adding themselves, so go ahead, Mr. Bustos.
Thank you. I think more questions came up, honestly, than I initially had. The numbers still are very unclear. I mean, earlier you said you had 15 staff, and then now you just said 14. The number of vehicles is kind of all over the place, and so I'm just more confused now than I was. So what I am going to do, because this contract, what is really before us is about addressing, just opening that contract up, right? The larger question for me, and where really my questions and concerns are, related to the number of vehicles we're actually going to purchase. So for the sake of moving forward, moving this forward, I'm going to vote yes tonight. But I will be having a conversation with our superintendent about what the plan is moving forward and what those solidified numbers are going to be. Because we're talking about vehicles, but we haven't even touched on how many of our officers are licensed to drive motorcycles, right? That's a whole other thing, right? Because some of them don't even have to drive the vehicles. Some of them are operating on motorcycles. So for the purposes of just voting on this and allowing you all to get through the process of moving this beyond the board, I'm gonna vote yes. But again, I think more discussion needs to happen amongst us with the superintendent and with the chief about the actual number and what's needed, because that's important for me as we make decisions moving forward as a school district, given our financial implications here. But I did have questions related to, funding sources and grants, Mr. Hacker, or other folks on the team. Did staff pursue any grants or state funding or any federal programs for vehicle purchases? And if not, why was that option maybe not explored before using our general fund dollars for this?
So when we're made aware of grants, and we get lots of publications that constantly tell us all the grants, we are of course aware, and you made us aware of the grant that the city of Irvine received for purchasing vehicles. We're not aware of any competitive grants, any grants that we could apply for the purchase of police vehicles. There are ways to obtain funding. We can contact legislators and see if they can intervene on our behalf and have funds allocated as part of the budget process, but we're not aware of any competitive grants for the purchase of police vehicles.
Okay, thank you for that. I think that this is the moment to be creative. All of our other departments across our districts are being asked to be creative. That's the expectation that we have of them. And so I believe that this is the same expectation that we should have of our own police department. And aside from this, this is the moment to be out there asking for grants, meeting with our legislators, doing some advocacy for this. If this is really a priority for you, Superintendent, and for our district as we move forward. And so, again, definitely more discussion to happen, and I'm looking forward to that. And I'm going to vote yes for the purposes of really being able to give you all the opportunity to move forward in this process. Thank you.
Sure. Quick comment.
Just a quick comment. Thank you for the information. I didn't receive everything I was asking for, but I appreciate it. So what I also want to piggyback on Mr. Bustos's comments is that we reassess this whole 3-year school police vehicle projection and see what else is out there with the grants. I appreciate you bringing that up. And maybe we even switch to an electric fleet, right? Is it cheaper? Do they last longer? Can we come back with all of this data and information aside from how many officers we actually have versus the amount of vehicles they use on a daily basis. So yes, please, Dr. Superintendent Perez, if we can reassess this 3-year plan that was shown to the board, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chief, Dr. Nasir, I do want to just share one last thing for our community because the numbers went back and forth in some of the comments that were made. I am going to support this item too. I want our team to have the materials they need to be safe and do the work. But I do think it's a larger conversation as we're looking at, how to best save funds. So the 12 patrol vehicles, but 14 total staff. Out of those 14 total staff, are 2 of them able to use working motorcycles?
So currently I have 2 motorcycles. One's in need of repair, so I have 1 functioning motorcycle. And to answer Mr. Bustos' comment, I have 1 officer that is motorcycle trained. So nobody else is riding a motorcycle but that individual.
And that individual would be on shift when those 14 are during the daytime?
Yes.
Okay. And I wanted to go back to that because I think it's important. We talked about liability. We talked about making sure that, our staff have what they need to keep our students safe as they've been assigned to do. So it sounds like we're more short 1 vehicle. But again, I'm for the sake of supporting, your team and making sure that you all feel equipped and that it's functioning, your department, that, moving forward with this item. But I just wanted to clarify that for the community. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Let's go ahead and prepare to vote on this item. With a 5 yes vote, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move to the approval. Give me 1 second. the information section of our agenda. So we're going to move to 17.1.
Williams Settlement Legislation, first quarter report for 2025 to 26 fiscal year. Information only, no action required.
Thank you.
Board President, can I just make a quick question, if that's okay?
Please.
So we had a parent come, I think it was at the last board meeting or 2 board meetings ago, who came and was concerned or had shared that their child didn't have access to particular textbooks for their courses. Can you just share, Superintendent, how our students have access to instructional materials like textbooks?
Sure.
Or if they need access, how they will go about doing that?
Sure, definitely. So yes, with this item, Williams our county is saying that we do have all the instructional materials that our students need for the one-to-one. The way that we meet that as a district is with our Chromebooks. Our students are issued Chromebooks. Nowadays, I know it's different, but the student's textbook is actually loaded onto the Chromebook. That is how they access their material. And as I heard the parent at the last board meeting, I also was concerned and wanted to make sure that our community and families know that if their child wants a hard copy, a tangible book, or they prefer that as a parent, we are happy to provide that. We do have that on hand. We just don't, when we purchase textbooks, it's not in bulk in the hard copy tangible items anymore because our students are now on Chromebooks. And just thank you for raising that and allowing me to be able to make sure that the community is aware that we are able to provide textbooks in that way.
Great, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lebsack, did you need to make a comment? Okay.
I didn't know that. So our students don't have hard copy textbooks anymore? They only have it on the Chromebook? Is that for all grades?
All of their instructional materials are on the Chromebooks. They could potentially have a class set and they're using that in the classroom, but students are not, I'm going to say lugging because I remember having to lug the books back and forth. That's not something that is how schools operate anymore. And our Williams can be met with the electronic version.
Okay. So when we are vetting the curriculum and the parents get input, they're doing that with the hard copies? Because I see them out in the lobby.
Yes. Yeah.
They're not doing it on the Chrome.
They could see the electronic versions as well, but we have a single sign-on, so how students access their materials is they're logging in to a single sign-on, and it gives them access to the grade level appropriate textbooks that are assigned to them.
Only because I would think through the vetting process, that could actually, parents could easily vet. They don't have to come physically in. They could just be sent the link, the download, and they could vet the materials that we are looking. Have we been doing that?
I'm going to roll back to my days even as a director of elementary instruction, and that was quite a while ago. Publishers were providing that option. Like I know parents could view textbooks even probably like 10 years ago. They could view them via an online platform. It would be like a sandbox, a kind of not assigned login for them. It would be like a guest login, but they could explore the instructional materials.
We'll talk more about that later. I have lots of questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move to item 18, presentation.
Santa Ana Unified School Districts 2025.
If I may, it's 10:20. Our board policy states that our meetings have to be over at 10:30. We have several items on here. Maybe we can prioritize what needs to be done today and table the rest or continue with the rest for the next meeting. And if we prioritize it, that'll give us an idea of how much time we need to extend the meeting.
It may take us 20 minutes to decide that.
Ms. Magdalena is on the speaker list.
What if I have a motion to extend?
Yeah.
You want me to say?
Yes, please.
Motion to extend to midnight.
Doesn't mean we have to go to midnight. We can do our best. Do we have a second?
I will motion to extend. Well, this is my thing. We can extend to midnight, but it doesn't guarantee we're going to get through all of these. So I think that before we extend, maybe we should consider prioritizing, seeing how much time we're going to need to take care of what needs to be taken care of today. We have public hearings that I think we have to get rid of today. I think that there's a couple of things here that we have to get rid of today. I think the policies, we can bring all the policies back next week. But my concern is just that we're limited in time. I'm down to going to midnight, but the thing is, I want to make sure that we prioritize so that we get everything done by the time we finish.
Yeah, that's fine. I can amend my motion with going to, extending to midnight, and then we can start with our priority items.
Okay. And Dr. Perez and Ms. Quiros,
Yeah,
can you advise us on that?
Yes, definitely. I'm looking at the agenda. I do think probably the things that could be moved to the January meeting would be our bylaws. 20.5 is a must for tonight. And then our, actually, all of our kind of personnel related, 21, 22, 23, are pretty critical.
So maybe just 20.6 through 20.10. What about 21.1 for first reading?
If we could do the first read on
First
that,
reading?
yeah, please.
Yeah. And then for the presentation, do we want to do the public hearings and the regular agenda and then the presentation? Does that make better sense to folks? Okay.
You could do the
Sorry, Mr.
public
Hacker,
hearings,
yeah.
but we couldn't move to action because you have to get his presentation before you vote
Before
on the
we
agenda, I
vote.
mean, on the budget.
So we could do the public hearings and then move to the presentation? Okay. Okay, so we had a motion and a second to extend to midnight, and then, oh, you amended yours?
There, I'll second.
Okay, okay. Okay.
Ms.
thank you.
Quiros, did you? Okay.
Okay. On the extension till midnight, however, just for point of clarification, if we have time, we will go through the bylaws. There's only like 5, so those are probably pretty quick.
I think we still got a lot of things on here. I mean, the bylaws,
They will come
they're not
last.
anything that we have to take care of today. So maybe we, just to be on the safe side, let's put that aside so that we don't have to rush, because I think we're gonna have a lot of questions regarding the first interim. And my concern is just that we're extending, let's prioritize just to make sure that we take care of everything that we have to.
So we'll move those to the end,
To
if
the-
that's what I understood. Or you want to decide now that we're moving them to January?
I'm hearing you, Dr. Alvarez, say that let's take them off the
Right.
table so we're sure we get through everything.
Right.
That's what I heard.
Is that what the motion and second were for?
That's fine with me.
Okay. Okay, with a motion and a second, let's go ahead and vote. Oh. Okay, with a 5-yes vote, motion carries. Okay. So we will go to the public hearings. This meeting is now open to conduct a public hearing for the Santa Ana Educators Association initial bargaining proposal to Santa Ana Unified School District for the 2025-2026 school year. Ms. Quiros, is there anyone wishing to address this subject?
There is no one.
Okay. Hearing none and having no further business, I now declare the public hearing closed. This meeting is now open to conduct a public hearing for Santa Ana School District's initial bargaining proposal to Santa Ana Educators Association for the 2025-2026 school year. Ms. Quiros, is there anyone wishing to address this subject?
There is no one.
Okay, hearing none and having no further business, I now declare the public hearing closed. This meeting is now open to conduct a public hearing for the consideration of Edward B. Cole Senior Academy renewal petition. Ms. Quiros, is there anyone wishing to address this subject?
There is no one.
Okay, hearing none and having no further business, I now declare the public hearing closed. Okay, now we'll move to our presentation. Our first interim financial report with Mr. Hacker and Ms. Cisneros. Thank you.
Where are you going to put your notes? You have to share, right? Wait for the presentation to come up on the screen. All right. Good evening, President Brazier Aceves, members of the board, Superintendent Perez, and educational partners throughout the Santa Ana community. Jennifer Cisneros and I are here tonight to present the district's first interim report. There we go. So if you recall, on the budget cycle, first interim is the first opportunity during the year where we take a look at the actuals. So we're looking at the actual expenditures from the beginning of the fiscal year, that's July 1st, all the way through the end of October. And then we're bringing that to the board in December with using that information to project what we believe the final numbers are going to be for the 25-26 year, as well as the multi-year projection. And I'm going to go back for a second. You'll see on the bottom, when we're looking at next year's, you've got the governor's budget in January. And that's typically our first opportunity to see what the numbers are going to be like for the next year, for 26-27. But we did have a great opportunity this year, and Jennifer Cisneros attended the CBO Symposium. That's a conference put on by CASBO, and she was able to hear the Legislative Analyst Office do their projections. So Jennifer's going to share what she learned from LAO back on CBO Symposium.
Good evening. Thank you for having me back. I'm here to earn my second budget badge, first interim. So yes, I had an opportunity to hear from the Legislative Analyst Office, and it's really important to note this is just forecasting. None of this is solid, confirmed, final information, but they are projecting the state revenue right now that is increased, actually $11 billion, and they're projecting about $7.4 billion of that being able to come back into the schools as one-time funds. There are some caveats to that. They are, the Legislative Analyst Office is actually making recommendations that could impact the way that shows up in our school district. So one of the recommendations that they're making is to eliminate existing payment deferrals, which is about $2.3 billion. The other thing that they're doing, which is a little bit of an out-of-the-box thinking idea, so we're not really sure how they're going to take that up in Sacramento, but it's to provide an advance payment to districts. So what this would mean is basically we would get a 13th payment in 26-27, and it's really going to count towards our LCFF allocation for 27-28. So we'll see if they bite onto that, but that does that would be about $1.9 billion of that one-time funds. And then the other thing that they're pushing and advocating for is to fully restore the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. So there was a cut at some point, and they're looking to fully restore that at about $757 million. One of the other things that was a big reveal was what their projected COLA, or what they're estimating for the COLA it will be for the out years. You can see here on this slide that they were projecting at adopted budget a 3.02% COLA. They are now estimating a 2.51%, which is a decrease of almost 0.5%. But one thing that I think is really important to note, and that they really emphasized, is that due to the government shutdown, there was they didn't have access to some updated data, and you can see here it's from the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, and so they're a little less certain about what that will look like. So we'll see what starts to come out as the governor's budget is released. They also projected in 27-28 a 3.7%, which is a slight increase from their initial projection and adopted budget, and they're now estimating about 4% for 28-29, which we did not have a projection back at adopted budget. The other thing that they made really clear is that our state is still facing a structural deficit, about $35 billion for 26-27. And so some of the implications that that can have for us in education is Prop 98 reserves are going to pretty much be depleted at the end of 26-27. Deferred, they're going to potentially defer $2.3 billion in school payments. And then the last one being that's unlikely to fund above the Prop 98 guarantee. So I don't have the clicker. Oh, perfect. So now before we jump into our first interim figures and the charts, I do want to share that at the interim reports, there are 3 certification options that a district can fall into. The first one, and the one that we want to fall into, is a positive certification, meaning that the district will meet its financial obligations in the current years and the 2 out years. There's qualified certification, which means the district may not meet its financial obligations for the current year or 2 out years. And then the last one being a negative certification, which means the district will be unable to meet its financial obligations for the remainder of the current year or the out years. So with that in mind, I am happy to share that we will meet our financial obligations for the current year and 2 subsequent years. Therefore, we will fall into a positive certification, which is, thank you, yeah. So now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hacker to talk about our ending fund balance.
So what I want to emphasize when we're looking at fund balance and really everything that we're looking at tonight is that we're in much better shape than we were when we presented adopted budget. There are a lot of things that came to light, some new information, and things are better. So this, even though we're still deficit spending, what you're going to see tonight is that the deficit is less than what we were projecting at adopted and certainly less than it was for the prior year. And we're going to get into those numbers later on in the presentation, but I did want to give you a sneak preview of what we're looking at in terms of ending fund balance. This is a result of action that this board took a year ago. And so a year ago in December, the board passed a fiscal stabilization resolution which outlined all of our plans to make reductions where we need to make them in order to eliminate the deficit and get ourselves on strong financial footing. The other resolution that was passed in December of last year was a core resolution. And if you remember, the core resolution basically rebenched what we determined to be our core or our base services. And that gives us the ability to provide as much flexibility on our categorical or restricted dollars. And that is what you see here. So we've talked over the past few years about the importance of not looking at ending fund balance as just one big pot of money, but looking at it at what are the restricted funds and what are the unrestricted funds. So what you see on this chart, the blue band are the unrestricted funds and the red bands are restricted. And we'll come back to this slide a little bit later in the presentation, but take a look at the blue band. You're going to see that our unrestricted funds, and that's how we're judged by CDE and by Orange County Department of Education. We're judged in terms of fiscal strength on what our unrestricted reserves are, and you see that those are relatively flat. So by utilizing the core resolution, by rebenching, by flexing our categorical dollars, we've been able to establish stability in our unrestricted reserves, and that is a huge accomplishment. I'm not going to go too deep into enrollment. Just a quick reminder that a lot of what we're facing is due to declining enrollment. We are still waiting for our final numbers from our new demographer, and we'll have those shortly, and we'll do a deep dive into enrollment at second interim. I'm going to turn it back over to Jennifer Cisneros.
Thank you. So we are going to transition to revenue and really looking at what we were projecting at adopted budget and where we're sitting now with our projections at first interim. So in looking at the LCFF, you can see very slight difference, variance in adopted budget to first interim. For federal revenue, you'll see there is an uptick of about $7 million, about 20%. And that's largely due to Title I and Title III carryover from last year into this year. In looking at other state, you'll see about an $8 million variance from adopted budget to first interim, about 6.7%. And that really is because we now have a new block grant, the Student Support and Professional Development Block Grant, as well as a slight increase in our ELOP funding. And then you'll see our other local revenue. We have about $8 million increase from adopted budget to first interim, which is largely due to Medi-Cal billing that has come into the district. I'm going to turn it over to Ron to look at revenue in a multi-year.
So we're doing something a little bit different on this slide. So we're getting to the point where the beginning parts of our graphs are no longer covering the pandemic years. And so when we go over the numbers, I'm going to show only a 7-year trend, but I do want to highlight the 9-year trend because it's the story of COVID, and that really is what's driving things. So as you look at this chart, what I'd like you to see is the blue line, the LCFF. It's relatively flat. So we have seen COLA increases in LCFF, but we've also seen declines in enrollment, and they're basically canceling each other out. So the blue LCFF is relatively flat. Look at the purple though. So the purple is our federal revenue, and you see that balloon up through the COVID years. So that's all of the federal COVID relief grant funds, the ESSERs, all that we're hitting during those years. And then as we're getting into the current years, it's returning to those levels that it was at before the pandemic. On the green, which is our other state revenue, you see something similar. You see it balloon up during the pandemic, but when you're looking at the multi-year projection, you're seeing that those levels are higher than we were from before the pandemic. And that is because some additional funding, predominantly ELOP funding. So that's important to see that trend. And then finally, on other local, you don't really see, it's not because more money was flowing in, but other local includes interest that we're earning on the county treasury, and because we were sitting on large fund balances, we were earning a lot of interest. So that is why those numbers are higher during the pandemic and now returning slightly lower. But they're not going back to those levels that they were pre-pandemic because we have so much more Medi-Cal billing now. So those are the overall trends that I want you to see. And looking at the actual numbers for the multi-year, what you're seeing on LCFF, relatively flat, 582.6 million, 580.3, 577.2, basically flat on LCFF. On federal revenue, also relatively flat. You do see current year a little bit increased, and that is because of what Jennifer just talked about, which was the carryover, but for the most part flat. And then on other state, flat in the out years, big decrease going into next year because we did, as Jennifer said, we saw some additional one-time money in the current year, but that money is not for future years. And then on other local, and you've heard me say this over and over again, we know the Medi-Cal billing is there. The timeliness is very unreliable. We don't know when we're receiving it, so we hesitate to book that revenue until we know it's going to hit. So that's why you see that trend there. And I'll turn it back over to Jennifer to finish up revenue and start talking about expenditures.
All right, so on this slide, you can see the composition of 25-26 revenue. What you also see here in blue is that we are heavily dependent on our LCFF, with it making up about 73% of our revenue. In looking at federal, we're at about 5%, 41 million. Other state, 141 million at 18%, and then we have 33 million in other local, which is about 4% of our overall revenue. So we're going to turn to expenditures, and we're going to start with salaries and benefits. And as you can see here, when we're looking at certificated salaries, we're seeing a decline in our variance from adopted budget to first interim, about 5.5% decrease, and about 1.4% decrease in classified salaries. What's interesting is you'll notice, and for certificated, one of the rationale behind why we're seeing that is we had some finalization around our SERP. We had some finalization around positions as we started the school year. And so that's what we're experiencing and what we're seeing as it relates to certificated staff. With regards to employee benefits, you'll actually see a little bit of an increase there, about 2.8%. And really that's because we're seeing an increase in employee benefits as a result of experiencing an increase in the rates for benefits for employees. So I'm going to turn it over to Ron to talk about the multi-year for the salaries and benefits.
Thank you. So starting off once again with that 9-year trend, and just so we could graphically see the patterns that we have. So on blue, which is certificated salaries, you see that ballooning quite a bit. So as we go into the pandemic and even through last year, big increase of $100 million in certificated salaries. And then because of that fiscal stabilization resolution and the SERP and the reduction in force, that decreases to $306.6 million current year. We have incremental decrease next year, going into next year, of about $301 million, and then a more significant increase going into 27-28. And I want to point out, just like I pointed out at adopted budget, these big decreases don't mean that another reduction in force is on the horizon. It's representative of the fact that we know we need to continue to make strategic reductions. Many of our teachers this year, some of the teachers that returned, were on temporary contracts. That gives us the ability to if we have no need related to students and we don't need those teachers, we have the ability to not renew those temporary contracts. So going into next year and going into the 27-28, we have the flexibility to make strategic decisions around attrition without necessarily having to take the more drastic measures of a reduction in force. On classified salaries in the purple band, you do see incremental decreases, once again, just from attrition. And then on benefits, you also see incremental decreases. So if we're decreasing salaries, we're of course decreasing statutory benefits. And I think that pretty much covers all of the salaries. Should have done those numbers when I was looking at the 7-year trend, but that's okay. I'm going to turn it back over to Jen for supplies and services.
Okay, so back to current year, looking at expenditures for supplies, you'll see about a 14% variance. And one of the things that we're seeing here is really, I think we had talked about this at unaudited actuals. We were seeing some expenditures that were supposed to hit in 24-25. These were planned expenditures that did not end up, either services were not able to be completed by June 30th, or we did not receive materials, not services, I apologize, supplies by June 30th, and that's why we're seeing an increase there. When we're looking at services, before we kind of talk about what we are seeing at adopted budget and first interim, I do want to remind everyone, and I apologize that this number is not on the slide, but at unaudited actual, so where we closed 24-25, we were actually at $121 million in expenditures for services. So while we do see an increase from adopted budget to first interim, I just want to call attention to the fact that there's a lot of work that has been done to bring that number down, even at where we're projecting at first interim of $104 million from where we ended 24-25. And what we're seeing here, we're still working through our budget committees. There's still a lot of opportunities. Some of it is we have to develop systems and structures and communication and talk with people before we just make cuts to things, so that we're not disrupting services, we're not disrupting students or any type of operations. And so we're still working through that through the budget committees, and we do expect to see some of that continue to come down. What you'll see in capital outlay is about 139% increase, which seems like a lot, but it's about $2 million, and that's really attributed to different projects that are happening within expanded learning. For other outgo, you see about a 5.2%, and transfers, you'll see about a 3.7% change. I'm going to turn it over to Ron to talk about the supply services and capital in the multi-year.
All right, so once again, we're looking at the story of the pandemic. So the blue band on the bottom are supplies, and outside of that anomaly in 2021, which is just a tremendous amount of COVID supplies that were purchased in that year, you see a lot of stability in supplies purchases through the years. Went down last year because of what Jen talked about, back up this year, and we are projecting to get some decreases in the out years similar to what we saw last year. So getting, as part of all of the work that the budget committees are doing, getting those supplies under control. On services, what you're seeing there, this is a huge increase. So if you look prior to the pandemic, we're at $60.4 million. Through last year, $121 million. It doubled. So services doubled, and that's just based on the needs of our students. So going into the out years, you're going to see some reductions. I'll go over the numbers in a little bit, but you'll see that it's not going to get back down to where it was before. It's just not realistic. Services, the cost of services related to special education, transportation, non-public schools, all sorts of services that we absolutely need to provide for our students, the cost of those have gone up, and we're just not going to get back to those pre-pandemic levels. And then on capital, you see relatively stability, goes up and down as we determine the need related to facilities projects. Big increases in 23-24 and 24-25, and those are a result of those ELOP projects. Looking at the 3 years in the multi-year, as I mentioned, $35 million this year with a significant decrease in the out years. On services, $104.5 million with another significant increase going into the out years. But look, the $96.4 million, still, that is more than it was pre-pandemic. So that's a very, in our opinion, that's a very attainable number. And then on capital outlay, we've talked about the fact that we can't turn off the spigot forever on capital. So we did have a decrease this year, but a big increase next year as we turn that spigot back on and get some projects done. And then we're going to attempt another freeze in 27-28. On looking at expenditures as a whole, and we always show this because it's very important to point out that the vast majority of our budget is in our salaries and benefits. So 33% of all expenditures are certificated salaries, 17% classified salaries. Those are both non-management. For management salaries, 6%, and then for benefits, which are statutory benefits as well as health and welfare, 27%. So more than 82% of all district expenditures are in our salaries and benefits. I always, it's along with a lot of other slides, I call this the story of the pandemic. So, prior to the pandemic, revenue and expenditures pretty well matched. Then as the COVID money started to flow in, you see that the total revenue outpaces the expenditures. And then starting in 23-24, we started the deficit spending with a significant deficit, really significant deficit last year. The deficit being decreased in the current year and through the out years as the fiscal stabilization plan takes hold. And then back to the ending fund balance. I just wanted to once again point out, you could see it graphically, it's very obvious that the deficit is nowhere near the levels of what it was last year. And even in the deficit this year is about 40 million or so. It does balloon up to 49 million next year due to the fact that we've got a pretty significant revenue decrease next year. but then the deficit does decrease in that last year as revenue and expenditures get under control. Looking at the ending fund balance, once again, that 9-year trend, you see the same story over and over again, whether we're looking at revenue or expenditures or ending fund balance. So it's just really interesting here. The blue band here is the unrestricted and the red band is the restricted funds. So what you see as we go into those pandemic years, you see those big increases in restricted ending fund balance. That is because all the COVID money was flowing. We couldn't spend it down that quickly, so it stays in ending fund balance. And then, of course, as we start to get things under control, they're both going down. The important thing to note is, so going from 23-24 to 24-25, you see the unrestricted fund balance go down by more than $100 million. That was before we had the core resolution in place. By passing the core resolution last year and giving us the flexibility, look at the change. Going from 24-25 to 25-26, it's flat. And it's flat through the out years because we're taking advantage of the added flexibility that the core resolution gives us to flex our restricted funds and spend those down. And then looking at this slide, once again, it points that same picture. So looking prior to the pandemic, on this particular slide, you see the ending fund, the unrestricted ending fund balance is purple. The total fund balance is in green. If you're looking at unrestricted fund balance as a percentage of total, prior to the pandemic, it was 78%. So 78% of the money in ending fund balance was unrestricted. That's healthy, okay? As we get into the pandemic and the money's flowing and it's mostly restricted money, you see that percentage decrease to 53%. Current year, we're projecting 48.6%. So we're looking at 176.8 million in total, and 86 million in unrestricted. So we're getting closer to where we were prior to the pandemic. But now, going to the out years, you see that the percentage is back to like 78%. So we're back to that healthy level of where we were prior to the pandemic. Now, I want to point out one other line on the slide, which is the red line, and the red line is our required reserves. That's what we're required to have. Right now, we're required to maintain 2% required reserves, okay? However, that is based on the fact that we currently have ADA of more than 30,000. As we dip below 30,000 ADA in 27-28, the required reserves goes to 3%. So you can see that current year, we're required to have $16.7 million, about the same next year, and that balloons up to $23.5 million in that last year. So it's important. It's an unfortunate milestone for the district, but as enrollment decreases and ADA decreases, you know that we're going to have. We do have higher required reserves. Back to Jen.
Okay, so breaking down our ending fund balance to a little bit more detail, you can see here unrestricted is at 85, almost 86 million, except 44% of our ending fund balance. Pulling out ELOP funds at almost 16.5 million, 8%. The block grants are at about 1.2 million, it's about 1%. Other restricted funds, my apologies, is at 73 million, about 38%, and then our unreserved for economic uncertainties and unspendables is at about 16.6 million, which is 9%. But there's a next slide that I think is really interesting, and I think it shares some of the work that we have been doing as budget committees and as a team and as a result of the core resolution and what Ron was talking about in regards to really trying to build up our unrestricted funding, because the unrestricted is a lot more flexible and it gives us a lot more ability to think about how we can utilize those funds when and where. So in looking at this slide, in the bottom right corner, you'll see our ending fund balance at the end of unaudited actuals for 24-25. And just to call out the blue chart, you'll see unrestricted was at 47 million, which was about 27% of our ending fund balance. And then when you compare that to where we're at now, what we're projecting for 25-26, you see we're at almost 86 million. And that's because we were able to rebench some positions, leverage our restricted funds to spend those down. Now, the one thing that I also am going to point out is the green bar. That was that's all of our block grants, of which 2 are expiring this year. So we're really working to spend that down. And then we did get a new block grant that I had mentioned earlier, the Student Support and Professional Development Block Grant. But right now, when you look and you compare 24-25 to 25-26, you see a pretty significant change of almost 19 million. So that money is getting spent down. We are working to really be smart about how we're leveraging our dollars. Before I turn it over to Ron, he's going to take us into the next steps. I failed to acknowledge the teams who has been working effortlessly, and I have to call out our budget team. They just amaze me every day. The amount of work and attention to detail that goes into like making all of this come to fruition is pretty phenomenal. And I have to call out Nayeli Para, who has been our interim director of budget and accounting. She has stepped up. Her leadership has been amazing. She is very happy to go back to being the director of payroll. So she will be making that transition now that we have Tatiana Garcia, who will be joining us as our new director. But I also need to call out Sue Tran, who is also promoted, very much deserved. Just her leadership really helping to getting this over the finish line has been phenomenal. So I apologize I did not get to acknowledge them earlier today, but we're very excited to have both of them join the team. And I'm going to turn it over to Ron to kind of close us out.
And I echo those thanks. I'll share in a conversation with our auditor. And the audit is, of course, delayed until February due to the federal government shutdown and the fact that the federal government did not publish all of the guidance. But I had an opportunity to speak with our auditor, and they're wrapping things up. We have very few findings, and he was honest with me. He goes, Ron, I thought we were going to have all sorts of findings because we had all of this turnover, and we had the transition to Business Plus and everything. But he said your team just did an incredible job, and that is a reflection on Nayeli, it's a reflection on Sue, and it's a reflection on Jennifer. So I'm very grateful. So next steps, and so what you saw tonight is a lot of progress, and that goes to the work of the in-district budget advisory committees as well as the input from the community budget advisory committee. We're going to continue, in addition to the work that the committees are doing, there is a very stringent review of supplies and services. So every single requisition for supplies and services is going past either Jennifer or me or evaluators. So it's an added step. And we're looking at things very carefully to make sure that, we're asking 2 questions. Do we need to spend money on this now? Do we need to spend money on this, and do we need to spend money on this now? So that review is taking place constantly, and that is one of the reasons that we're achieving these better numbers. So I mentioned the budget committees and the external audit. So we are in the process of doing not just the regular audit, which is wrapping up, but that extra audit, looking at supplies, services, and capital outlay, and comparing 23-24 to 24-25, and really determining if there's any trends that highlight action that needs to take place. Moving forward on the budget timeline, you do see shaded there the audits. And we did also circle below the governor's proposed budget, which will be presented in January, and we'll learn more about the state's finances and what that means for K-12, TK-12 education. And of course, we're continuing our budget discussions, and we'll have meetings in the next few weeks, and then actually going into January with the community. So both an in-person town hall as well as an online town hall. And we are combining with Ed Services and actually making that an opportunity for LCAP input too. I'm excited about that. Anytime that we tie budget to LCAP makes me very happy. Some of us were there from the very beginning of LCAP, and that's what we heard. We heard from the very beginning with LCFF and LCAP. Now is the time to really tie budget to the plan. So I love any opportunity to do that. And then, of course, meeting with our labor partners also. And we will take any questions you have.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hacker. Thank you, Ms. Cisneros, and thank you to your team that you highlighted. Thank you for highlighting their work in making this come to fruition, and just all the work that they do to help our district as we hone in on where we can save, right? So thank you. And I'll open it up to my colleagues. I see Mr. Bustos is first on the list.
Thank you so much for the presentation tonight. I have a few questions. Can you go to the slide that shows our enrollment really quick?
Oh,
probably the very beginning.
Toward the beginning, for sure.
There we go. So as we look at our enrollment, obviously we're seeing a decline in enrollment. So now can you show the slide that shows actually like our revenue?
This one or multi-year?
Let's see. Yeah, that one. And so we see a decrease in our enrollment, and then sorry, I'm trying to find my notes here. Okay, so we see a decrease in our enrollment from 2019 to now. But then when we look at this chart that maps out our revenue from 2019 to now, we're actually seeing an increase in revenue. Can you share? So that might be a little confusing for some of the community members at home, parents that might be saying, "Well, why is your revenue going up if your enrollment is going down?" Can you share a little bit more in detail of why that is?
Of course. So I can talk about it from just LCFF or overall. So I'll talk about both.
Okay.
So just LCFF, in between those years that you mentioned, yes, we had declining enrollment, and that is absolutely going to hurt us. But there's a few things at play that mitigate that. So number one is COLA. So throughout those years, we got cost of living adjustments, and some of them were generous throughout those years. The second thing is, during those years, we saw an increase in concentration grant funding. So they increased the amount per student that we're getting for students that we identify as unduplicated pupils at that concentration grant level. UPP went up, and the last thing that's going to affect LCFF is the hold harmless. So even though our enrollment is very, very low, is a lot lower this year than last year, we're funded at the average of the 3 prior years. So all of those things are making LCFF go up despite the decrease in enrollment. Looking at total revenue, putting aside for a moment COVID relief grant funds, other block grants and all that, we do have the ELOP funding, and that is just, the ELOP funding that this district gets is bigger than some school district budgets. So the increase in ELOP funds also has contributed to our revenue going up in the face of declining enrollment.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for that clarity. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear for folks at out in the community who might be asking that question. And you did mention the hold harmless. When does that end? Until when can we
Never.
continue to use that?
We're always, I mean, unless they change the legislation, we are always going to have the 3-year hold harmless. And I am personally very grateful for that.
Great. It's great to hear. And then can you go to slide 10, I think the one right before this? We see an increase in revenue from adopted budget to first interim. Can you share, and it's about a $24 million increase? About, right? Yeah. And so can you just speak a little bit, I know you already did, but can you speak a little bit more to why, I mean, that's a pretty significant increase. Can you share a little bit about that?
It is, and I mean, so Jennifer broke it down. I mean, so something that's very important to me when we're doing financial analysis is to disaggregate things as much as possible, because that's when you find patterns. If you aggregate things, you lose patterns. So in federal revenue, that was mostly Title I carryover. There was a little bit of Title III carryover, but basically the Title I budgets weren't completely spent down in 24-25. We don't recognize that at adopted budget because that's not when the carryover takes place. And so at first interim, that's our first opportunity to recognize Title I carryover. On other state, so thinking back, so we're going to have to think way back. So we had adopted budget back in June. If you recall, we had a 45-day budget for less than 45 days later. That is when we talked about the new block grant. But we said at that time, we can't book that revenue now. We're not allowed to book it. 45-day is just an informational item for boards. We don't actually change our financials. Unaudited actual, same thing. I think you heard us say, actually you heard Jennifer say, because I wasn't here, that we're not allowed to make changes in unaudited actual. We're not allowed during unaudited actuals to make changes in the budget year. So that additional revenue that we knew we were getting way back in July, this is the first time that we can book it. So that's why you see the other state revenue go up. And then other local, as we've talked about, that's really all about the Medi-Cal billing, not booking it until we see it.
Okay, great. I have some more questions, but I can wait till my turn.
Okay, Ms. Lebsack?
Congratulations. Good work. This was encouraging news. Yeah, I just had a few questions on, medical billing. You said, so I think it was 35 million we were able to gain, I'm guessing, I can't remember exactly, Medi-Cal. And I'm assuming that Medi-Cal billing funding that's coming back to us, that's like for psychologists, special ed services, social workers. Is that where that Medi-Cal billing?
Eddie Bustamante is going to get his budget badge now.
And Michelle can help me. I think it all depends on the service that we're actually doing the Medi-Cal billing for.
Currently, this would be a reflection of LEA BOP, which would be the reimbursement for psychologists, speech therapy, OT. In terms of mental health, that's a different type of funding fee schedule that we are tapping into, but we're still in progress. We haven't seen reimbursement yet.
It's pretty significant.
Yes.
That's a pretty big bump. And then books for between 2024, 25 to 25 to 26. So it went up from 23 million to 35 million. And I don't understand how it can go up like that for two reasons. Number one, decrease enrollment. Number two, Dr. Perez said we're not using books, but we're so much that we're going to Chrome books.
Doesn't mean they don't charge us. They're still charging us
So
like
a
a
Chromebook costs just as much as a hardback?
Not the Chromebook, the subscription to whatever the instructional material is.
They're
They're
the
not giving that
same
for free.
price.
Oh,
It's a-
wow.
It's a license.
Yeah,
It's a
publishers are
license fee
not
that we have to pay.
giving us that for free.
Okay. But still, I mean, to go up, more than 10 million.
And where are you looking? Because I heard you say books, but then I wasn't tracking where that was, where that was identified.
Oh, goodness, I wrote it down and I saw it somewhere and I should have wrote the slide number.
So-
But it was a $12 million difference between this year and next year projected for books.
So you're talking you're not talking about the change from adopted budget, you're talking about the change year over year.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll go to this. And I have the wrong glasses
that's
on,
the
so I'm
one.
going to
That's
look
the
behind me.
Oh, books and supplies.
Well, it does have supplies.
Yeah,
too.
I mean, it does not mean book.
So,
just
so,
books.
yeah, so
Definitely not.
what you're seeing here, so at unaudited actuals, what you heard us report was that there were planned expenditures in 24-25. Some were technology, some were instructional materials, books or electronic books, where we were not able to take delivery prior to June 30th. And when we don't take delivery before June 30th, we cannot book it in 24-25. We have to accrue it and basically pay. Okay. So those planned expenditures did not hit. They did hit in the early part of 25-26. So that's why you see that big increase from 24-25 to 25-26.
And if I may, I can actually point to what this board will probably remember.
Yep.
With the books, with the books. We brought them, we were then saying, let's wait and not get them all at this time. We had a planned kind of phase through model. So all of those things were part of the reason why it didn't actually get reflected in the 24-25 budget, because that was happening so late and we
that
did not
science adoption.
remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
I always try to make that next back to like the things that you came here and you guys would recall, because this then all makes sense.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I had a question. Could you speak to the ending fund balance on page 25 for our community? I know this is a conversation that I've had with the superintendent and looking at the numbers. Just could you help us make kind of a sense of the numbers? I mean, when you look at 81 million, that sounds like a lot of money. I know when I was talking with Dr. Perez, I kept saying 81,000 and catching myself. So 81 million, and then we see the required minimum reserve now going up to the, let's see, once our enrollment is under 30,000, we are required to have the 24 million, right? So the 3% minimum instead of a 2%. And so we're right on that edge. So could you explain, just give us some context from your lens, from your department and the expertise work that you do. How healthy are we in this little over $80 million range in the next 3 years as our ending fund balance?
Okay, so 81 is right around 10% reserves. Okay, I'm not going to cry if we have 10% required reserves. I would love to be at 17% required reserves, at 70% reserves, and the reason for that is 17% is about 2 months of operating revenue, of operating expenditures. So 10%, let's round it, is 1 month. So that means if we had the $81 million and all money stopped flowing in, we would be able to operate for 1 month before running out of money. And I think you heard the charter school today. I love the fact that he talked about it in days. I was just like, oh, he's ready to take over for me. I love the fact that he did days. I love the fact that they're calculating out how many days that they can go. A month is not a long time. I don't think any of us would want to have that in our personal finances. You're really on the edge. And Anything below that, we're getting close to the levels at which we would need to get what's called a tax revenue anticipation note, which is a short-term, relatively low interest, but still interest loan from investors in order to make payroll, in order to cover our expenditures. Having lived through the last Great Recession, literally having to tell fiscal services which invoices to pay and which not to pay, these are very real things. Having a vendor come to the lobby and say, I'm not leaving until you give me a check. These are very real things when you get down to dangerous levels of reserves. So 81%, it's healthy. It's not 81 million. It's healthy. It is not, it's not excessive by any means.
Okay, thank you. And can you share a little bit about, you briefly mentioned the budget committees and the efforts. Any updates on that, just lastly, before I pass it on to my next colleague? On what we're doing to look at where we can for the savings, right, to give us as much of a buffer and savings as possible.
We are going to be bringing our committee to a board meeting in March, and we're actually going to be bringing the community advisory budget folks to join us in a collaboration presentation. But I do want to share there, I had mentioned earlier, I think we thought we were going to get in and we were going to be able to be like, okay, we can cut this, but it's not quite as easy. And I'm just going to use like one of the things that our committee is working on, like our site funding committee. We have an opportunity to save about $500,000 in our printing cost if we really think about the systems and how we're printing, if leveraging our logistics department to print large quantities can actually save us a lot of money. But we have a contract with a vendor that we think if we build the system and the infrastructure, we can eliminate that $500,000 contract altogether. So those are the things that we're working on. But we're finding as a facilitator, and I know I share this sentiment with other colleagues, it's a little bit more complicated because if we pull that resource off of a campus, we're going to have teachers who are going to have issues with how do I print, where do I go, why is this no longer accessible? So those are the things that we're really having to think through strategically.
I appreciate that. I can imagine as a school staff, that the staff would appreciate that too, that you guys are doing this mindfully and that the committees are mindful and thoughtful of how to go about it and thinking through how to build our systems internally and our options so that we can make those moves, but doing it with intention and thoughtfulness. So thank you. Yeah. Mr. Bustos?
Thank you. And apologies if you had already touched on this, but can you go to the very beginning, slide 4, where you have the LAO information?
Oh, that's you.
So this is great. I mean, this is great to see, and I appreciate you all incorporating this in the budget presentation tonight. I know that oftentimes we get information like this from school services. Is there a reason why that wasn't included in today's presentation?
Oh, yeah. So at the CBO symposium, the LAO was the only organization that presented on any forecasting. I believe, is it John Gray? He was sharing that they were preparing and they're going to be sharing their presentation when the governor releases his budget in January.
In January, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I was just curious because oftentimes we're able to see both, and so it's good to hear that. And then the other question, I think the final question that I had, if you can please go to slide 14. I know that you all mentioned that there were variances, or the variances there were related to the variances in salaries and benefits were related to the finalization of the SERP and then also positions. Can you explain a little bit more about that variance specifically, and why we're seeing that variance?
Of course. So we really work very hard to not budget overly conservatively. It's a core philosophy, a core value of mine. When we were doing the budget, and so budget development for the 25-26 years was taking place in May. So all the way through May and very early June. By that time, the information related to the finalization of the reduction in force and definitely the finalization of the SERP, none of those were finalized yet. And so we did not have complete insight into what that was going to look like when we opened the 25-26 years. So we absolutely budgeted conservatively because there were just so many unknowns. It's not something I like doing, but it is something that we did. So what we're seeing is the results of that. We budgeted conservatively. We actually had more savings than anticipated. The other thing that we recognized is there's fewer substitutes in place right now, and that was budgeted at a higher level because when you do a RIP, when you bring back the substitute, that's at a higher level. And substitute, there really has not been as much expenditures related to substitutes as we were anticipating. So those are the two factors that drove that 5.5% reduction.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Dr. Alvarez?
I just have some questions regarding the process. So, and I'm going to ask questions so that the community can know why we're doing what we're doing. Why do we have to do a 3-year budget?
So we're required by Ed Code to do a 3-year budget. And the history of that, you have to go back decades to when there were districts up, particularly in Northern California, that were going bankrupt, and the state was having to bail them out. So some legislation was passed. And do that. So that legislation caused a lot of things. It created additional oversight from county offices of education. It created what we call the AB 1200 process, where we're looking at collective bargaining agreements where there's a cost, and we have to report that cost to the board, and the county office has to look at that. And it created the system of having the interim reports as well as the 3-year forecast. So all of those things were put in place in order to prevent districts from going bankrupt.
So we have a 3-year budget. If someone takes a look at our budget and says, "Hey, look at your first year. You guys are doing awesome. Why don't you spend the money?" What would the response be?
If we were not deficit spending, that would be great. But for a district that has a structural deficit, and we still do, it's a lot smaller than it was, but for a district that has a structural deficit, we can't just look at the first year in the multi-year. We have to look at all 3 years, because what we're judged on by the County Office of Education is what our unrestricted fund balance is at the end of the 3rd year in the multi-year.
So we do a 3-year budget because that's what's required legally. You mentioned reports. How many reports are you required to file a year?
So we have adopted budget in June, 45-day budget if there's increases in revenue since adopted, first interim in December, second interim in March, estimated actuals in June, unaudited actuals in September.
So that's 6 reports every year.
Yes.
And so there's 6 reports a year. Legally, are you required to have a hearing or do a presentation like this after every report?
No. And I will say I've worked in several school districts. I enjoy these budget presentations because of the questions that come from the board. It's this district takes budgets seriously.
So here, we're not required legally to do it, but here in this district, we have the first interim report that we present publicly. We have the second interim. We have the unaudited actuals. We have, what else do we have?
We had estimated actuals and then unaudited actuals.
Okay. So even though we're not required to, even though we're not legally required to have a hearing or do a public presentation, we still do that in addition to our town hall meetings because we want people to know our financial position. So we're doing all these things. We're telling everybody, hey, take a look at our budget. Ask questions. Now, we do all these budgets. We're required to do a 3-year budget. We do all of these reports. Does anybody from any other government agency take a look at them?
So OCDE is reviewing our budget. So for every budget report that we file, after the board approves it, we submit it to Orange County Department of Education. About a month later, we're having a Zoom meeting with someone from OCDE who is asking questions and just verifying things. They're looking at the narrative, they're looking at our assumptions, they're looking at some of the source documents, including our LCFF worksheet. They're making sure that everything aligns.
And if somebody from the public wanted to take a look at let's see the interim from today, how can they take a look at it?
So the presentation and the actual interim report are both on our website. So we have a financial reports part of the website as well as a budget presentation part.
What if somebody wants to take a look at a budget from 2 years ago?
It's there.
It's there. So if anybody wants to take a look at any of our budgets historically, the budgets are there.
There they are.
And that was it for me.
Thank you. Just in time. Thank you. I did want to highlight that you mentioned something that I think is really exciting, the direction that our district is taking. Something I spoke with with Dr. Perez about is that you're tying in we're working to tie in our budget conversations with the LCAP conversations, and really looking at them hand in hand to make sure that where we're spending our money aligns with what our families, students, and staff and community are asking for. So thank you for that. That's very exciting, definitely worth highlighting for our community. And I think it's going to really help as a board member. I'm looking forward to seeing that together to really inform, and allow me to look at, like, again, is our budget really, are we putting our funds where our community is asking? So thank you. And then I know that there was a comment earlier this evening by a parent around the bilingual abilities for writing and capturing exact feedback when parents or community members are sharing in Spanish. And so I just want to highlight that and ask if the team is, I don't know if folks are able to speak to that, but any thoughts on how we can continue as we're bringing budget and LCAP in these very robust, important conversations, and just the access. I know that might involve other teams, and so maybe something we can follow up on. And I know that our staff, I've been at tables and I've seen our staff doing the interpreting and the translation, but just wanted to flag the connection there and the conversations and let the community know that I'll be following up to see how we can always improve it and just make sure that we the folks who come out to participate feel that their comments are being captured authentically as much as possible. And I do believe our staff, of course, are doing their best.
So I will share that the group that helps with that and provides that support is our FACE team. So I will engage in a conversation with our parent who brought that up because we all know we've been in spaces with them. They are very proficient, and I don't know if that was like a off day or somebody that maybe have been new to that setting. We rely on our FACE team to do that in so many ways, and I am very confident in their ability to provide the support in Spanish. And the piece that may use some improvement might be like the capturing and how we're documenting, and allowing for the voice of the parent. So yeah, I heard that, and I definitely that resonated with me, that I don't want parents to feel unheard. There's no point in them coming there if we're not actually going to take their input and allow for their voice to be heard.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I agree. I think our FACE team does a phenomenal job. And but yeah, if we can follow up on that, that'd be great. Thank you. Mr. Bustos?
Yeah, just a final comment on that point. I think for me, maybe it's even looking at what our current format for our budget town halls are, and figure. I mean, again, these are really opportunities for the community to attend and be able to share feedback with district staff. As board members, we don't attend these town halls because, again, I think that's an opportunity for the community to share that with you all, and then you all sharing that back with us. So actually, I guess I'd just a refresher on what that format actually looks like, and then getting together with the team to figure out, again, taking in parent input about whether that format is the most effective to capture information, I think is critical. And then, of course, even just like the report back to the board from what's happening at those budget town halls, I think we need to look at as well. And that's all I have to share for that. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other speakers on the list, again, thank you, Mr. Hacker, Ms. Cisneros, and to your teams for the robust presentation. Thank you. Okay, we will now move to our regular agenda action items. Ms. Quiros?
Approval of new job description, manager, district safety programs, and compliance.
Do I have a motion to approve? I'll motion. Do I have a second?
I'll go ahead and second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, Dr. Alvarez?
I just had a couple of questions. Dr. Perez, if you
Oh, your mic?
Okay, this time for reals. Why do we need this position?
So I will actually ask both Jennifer and Chief Mancia to come up to chime in. I will share from my lens and the view and the due diligence that I did around this position. It allows for there to be someone who can truly oversee and evaluate our DSOs. We have a very large DSO group, and I was, actually very plain with this chief about being able to have somebody that can be held accountable for a high quality DSO program. Our safety in our school district is reliant on both sworn and unsworn staff. And so on the unsworn side, we have our DSOs. And over the years, I will say over the past couple of years, I have seen our DSO program really become elevated and expectations be much more clear, and folks rising to those expectations. But that takes people paying attention to that programming, and that as a superintendent thinking about safety every day that I wake up, I need reassurances that is going to be looked at and monitored, and that there's someone accountable for that.
Before I turn it over to them, I just wanted to clarify. So this item here is just for approval of a job description. It's not to hire anybody. It's just saying, hey, let's take a look at this job description and get it approved, and then have the discussion or conversation on how to proceed with it.
That is correct. It is a job description.
So I wanted to turn it over to the chief. Why do we need this position?
Well,
From the PD perspective.
From the PD perspective, currently the DSOs they have DSO leads, they have 2 senior DSOs. Senior DSOs have difficulty getting out of the field for all the administrative duties that are required to run almost 80 DSOs in our district. I have a sergeant that is actually overseeing them as a collateral duty. He has about 11 or 12 collateral duties amongst his 40-hour work week. It requires somebody that is full-time managing the district safety officers. Right now, the seniors are doing it, or they're trying to do it, and what's happening is they're not getting out in the field because of all the administrative paperwork that's required, all of the call-ins, all of the evaluations. They're not getting out in the field and supervising. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to have the senior DSOs do their job of being out in the field and have a manager stay inside and actually do a lot of the administrative work that's required to run the program.
One of the things that I've heard, I got an email basically stating that if the system works the way that we have it now, why change it? So pretty much right now, there's a sergeant that's overseeing the senior DSOs. The senior DSOs are overseeing the DSOs. And the sergeant that's in charge of all of that, you're saying he has other collateral duties.
Numerous,
That in addition to this.
That's correct.
And because, and you're also stating that the senior DSOs, because of the administrative duties that they have to do, that they don't have the time to be going out in the field to do whatever they have to do, right?
Yeah, it takes a lot of their day up, yes.
Can I clarify something? Because this was a big piece for me. The senior DSOs cannot actually evaluate the DSOs. They are both classification CSEA members. So that was a big piece for me, because yes, we have senior DSOs, but they cannot evaluate the DSOs. They don't have, they're both CSEA members. So that piece was very distinguishing for me, and I just want to make sure that we have that clarification.
Is that in their MOU?
And I'm going to ask Jennifer to speak to that piece. I believe I know the answer, but that's her.
Yeah,
her
they're both unit
world.
members, so they're equal. So there is no evaluation. There's an oversight of the program with the seniors, but they're both unit members, so they're equal. So there's not an evaluation. There's not discipline. So all that has to come from a managing position.
Okay, I'll pass it on to the next person.
Okay, Ms. Magdaleno?
Yes, thank you. You kind of answered this question a little bit, but it's one of my first ones. I said, where did you see the gap and the need to bring this position forward? I know you mentioned that one of your sergeants is in charge of the DSOs. So what was getting prioritized over, evaluating these DSOs?
Are you asking what are his other priorities? I can list some that are highlighted.
Of course.
For the entire department, hiring, lateral recruits, citation dismissal requests, and each one of these these are just the headlights. Each one of them has bullets that come through them. Controlled substance disposal. He is in charge of all the lockdown drills, the detectives. He oversees the detectives.
Can you speak into the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Start over, did you hear any of that?
No, can you please start over?
Sure, sorry about that. Just hold on to it. Hiring, laterals, recruits, communication, coordinating, tracking, and then there's bullets behind that one. And each one there's bullets behind. Citation, dismissal request, the communication, going through all the public, the officers, the DSO and the sworns, control substance disposal, communication with the school staff, the nurses, the office staff. That's one of 3 pages. I can go on and on. What I'm saying is that his day is full of doing other collaterals, and on top of that, he's then also supposed to be overseeing the DSO program. I need somebody that can manage the DSO program and then report to him, so that, like the superintendent said, somebody that can do their evals, somebody that would make sure that the senior DSOs are getting out in the field and making sure that the DSOs on the campuses are doing their job. They're meeting with the admin to make sure that the admin will, agree that, the DSOs are doing what we're asking them to do.
So before creating this position and bringing it forward, did we think of any other solutions?
Actually, I was here when we created the 2 senior DSOs, and if I can go back and do it again, I would have created it then. It was needed then. I just was new to the district, and I didn't realize it at the time.
Okay, thank you. Someone asked me this question. I believe we have a safety manager and a manager of emergency services. Is that correct? They wanted to know what is the difference between the DSO and these 2 positions.
between a DSO and these
Well,
two
this
positions?
DSO management
Or the
position,
okay.
yeah.
I'll ask Jennifer to,
I can actually provide you with those job descriptions and in the B2B, but basically one of those positions is actually under risk management. That's the safety, and then the safety manager is under risk management, and they're actually at the school sites and they're looking at safety issues, and then the other one that's under chief is the emergency management. So they're completely different jobs. Even those three jobs are completely different. So I can provide that to you.
So just really quick for clarification, they don't overlap with this new position?
No,
Which is what I
no.
think they were asking.
Yeah, there's a piece in this new position that's working with the emergency where it's more at the school site. So where the DSOs might be involved at the school site and say helping with drills or emergencies. That connection there is part of what this position will also help with, specific to the sites, the school sites and the DSOs. And then that will include training. This person will include that training, but there will be a little bit of a bridge. But overall, for the whole district, there's not an overlap.
Okay. And I guess for me, it's all about the safety of our students, right? So how would this position directly contribute to the safety and well-being of our students? And I know you brought up a little bit of more of evaluating our DSOs, but how is this position going to help the safety of our students?
I was going to say, it actually goes beyond just evaluation. So this position will be in charge overall of the DSOs, the hiring, the training. They do have to go through post-training. It's making sure that everything is up to date. It's also managing our substitutes. So we have a larger substitute pool because we have a lot of turnover or absenteeism or just vacation days. So it's really managing and making sure that there's always coverage at the site. So that's a piece of it. The hiring is another piece of it. The evaluation is another piece of it. Working directly with the site administrators to make sure those needs are there, to make sure that there's coverage, which is really important. So there's that connection there. And as Chief said, when we did start this position, and for those of you that were here about a year and a half ago, you may remember, we brought that position, the senior, forward and wanted to really look at, and it was more the recommendation to make it a management at that time, but it was new to see what we can actually, like how it fit in. And through this year and a half, it's been, that senior has been great as a middle person, but we know that we need it as a management for all those reasons. And this also does continue our goal, and I know the board's goal of creating those pathways for our classified staff, so that now we have an additional pathway for movement for our classified staff.
So one last quick question. So how are we gonna measure the effectiveness of this new position?
I think that as we actually have data from where the senior DSOs have picked up, and we can provide that to you. I don't have even a summary right now, but it shows the data of where our gaps were, just even our retention and our the support that we've had at school sites. So just that changeover and really focusing on bringing our current DSOs up to a standard. So there is some data that shows that, and then probably the gap in maybe the hiring or things moving forward we can look at.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bustos?
Thank you. So just for some clarity then, up until this point, we have DSOs all across our intermediate schools and our high schools. Who's supervising those DSOs?
Is your question who was supervising?
Yeah.
Who is?
Yeah.
Currently, the supervisor is the sergeant with input from the two senior DSOs.
Okay, so you have the sergeant who is expected to supervise all of these DSOs. What about site level administrators? Are they doing any supervision? Are they able to do any supervision?
Well, we're trying to make it so that they're not answering to two different groups. So we've made it clear to the site administrators that the DSOs are under the police department and report to myself or my designee. So we work in tandem with the school administrators. As a matter of fact, we have an incident come recently that we're meeting next week with the principal to make sure that we are on board with what it is that we want the DSOs to do and what she is asking the DSOs to do.
And the reason that I ask this is because I know that there have been incidents in the past, and I hear about things happening at our school sites regularly from parents related to school safety. And so I oftentimes ask myself, you know, are our DSOs, you know, patrolling, right? Our school sites, are they walking around? Are they interacting with students? Are they engaging with students? I know there were some incidents where I think you did some, you know, when you, I think you've told the story publicly when you first joined the district about recognizing, realizing that there were some DSOs that weren't doing that, right? And so the reason that I ask that is because I've heard consistently from community members, from even, you know, educators around the need and the desire to want to have that interaction with students and make sure that DSOs, you know, are in the perimeters of our schools, are actually in our on our campuses patrolling, and that requires some level of accountability, right? And so when you have, how many? Can you remind me the number of DSOs? You said close to
79, 80 right there.
So when you have close to 80 DSOs and you only have one person who technically is, you know, being told that they have to supervise these 80, and then you said, you know, they also have all of these other duties on top of that, I can understand where it's difficult. And then I wasn't here when the senior DSO position was created, and so, you know, I can't really speak to that. And so I'm curious to hear. I guess I think you kind of touched on it, but I'm curious to hear how we got from, or why that senior DSO wasn't actually made a supervisorial position or management position in the beginning. I just want some historical context because I wasn't here when those decisions were made, so I'm just curious.
So looking at the data that was on hand at that point and some of the issues that Chief has shared and that what you brought up, and looking at and working with CSCA and trying to figure out where did this go. So originally it was management, and then in collaboration with CSCA, we looked at building more of a pathway for the DSOs. So in implementing it, it was put in place knowing that maybe this is where it should be, but we wanted to try to see if this would work to have the seniors. And the problems that Dr. Perez brought up and what we've talked about is that we do see that gap. And having the sergeant, I'm sorry, who also has a rotating schedule. So there was gaps in the days, and so like there's some days that person wasn't there, and so there was just a lot of holes with it. And so coming back and looking at the data, I think it's still a good model. I think having the DSOs, the supervising, and then having the management is really going to be the actual fit that we need to make sure that we're continuing with the continuation. Can I go back to, you did ask a question about the administrators supervising?
Yeah.
So it is a collaboration, because if for the administrators are at the sites, they are overseeing and they're directing them, but the actual management, the training, the accountability, there is then within the police force that, or this manager will then making sure that everything's being held accountable, attendance, whatever it may be. So that piece doesn't have to fall on the site administrator, but they are orchestrating where that person is and how they're fitting into the school site.
Okay, thank you. And just one more final question here. Does this manager, sorry, I want to get it right, manager of district safety programs and compliance actually take any responsibilities from any of our SROs, sworn officers?
No.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. And I know there's more to add to the conversation. I know there's a few people on the speakers list. I myself had some thoughts, but due to us still having 5 agenda items and about 10 minutes left of the meeting and a hard stop, I'd like to call motion to vote ask for a motion to move forward. So if I could get a motion to approve. Oh, okay, sorry. So I think actually we already have a motion and a second, so I'm gonna call to vote.
Hector, he spoke twice. He went over his time, and then you're taking away our time. Okay.
I asked a question that lasted 10 seconds.
And then you went a second time. Okay, fine. I'll vote.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your flexibility. I appreciate it. Okay. Okay. So Mr. Busta said he only went once, so bear with me. This is my first meeting as well, leading it, but we really do have to vote so that we can finish this. So let's go ahead and vote. Okay, with a 4 yes, 1 abstain by Ms. Lebsack, the motion carries. Okay, item 20.2.
Approval of updated classified school employees association, Chapter 41, salary schedules.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second? I will second. Any comments? Okay, seeing, hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. Item 20.3.
Approval of certification of Santa Ana Unified School District's 2025 to 2026 first interim financial report.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, seeing, hearing none, let's proceed to vote. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. 20.4.
Adoption of resolution number 2526-3707, acceptance of findings of annual and 5-year developer fees report for fiscal year 2024 to 2025.
Okay, can I please get a motion to approve? I'll motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, seeing, hearing none, let's proceed to vote. Ms. Lebsack? Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. And to our last item, item 21, for our first reading with no action required.
Actually, I'm sorry, we have 20.5.
20.5? Okay, apologies. Okay, 20.5.
Adoption of resolution number 2526-3709, resolution of withdrawal from membership in the School's Excess Liability Fund Joint Powers Authority, SELF, a joint powers authority and excess risk pool.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, seeing, hearing none, let's proceed to vote. Okay, with a 5 yes, motion carries. 21.1.
New and revision of existing board policies, first reading, no action required. Board Policy 5116.1, intra-district open enrollment.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
No action required.
Oh, thank you. I was on a roll there. But I will open it up. We do have 6 minutes. I will open it up for conversation because this would be an opportunity if my colleagues haven't my understanding is this would be an opportunity if folks haven't any recommendations for revision or any comments, now would be the time.
That is correct.
Thank you. Comments? I don't see anyone on the speaker list.
Just real quick question. Okay, so we're looking at the inter-district open enrollment. I don't remember seeing anything in there talking about, or maybe I missed it, siblings. If someone is approved for an inter-district, can the siblings also transfer over?
So I see Mr. Bustamante coming to the podium. Thank you, sir.
I am here, no worries. So first, in regards to this piece, we're talking about basically just the dates. So right now, currently, we're tied to any enrollment procedures or policies can only start January through February. So what we're asking is to take out the month so that it lets us as a district start our open enrollment process whenever we want. Because one of the issues is the time. The time where when we're at capacity and we're trying to maybe enroll siblings together, by the time we get to that, we're seeing that schools are at capacity where not all siblings can go there for that reason. And the other part is because school's getting ready to start. So the earlier we can start the process, then it allows us time to kind of go through those issues where if we do have siblings trying to enroll, then we have time to kind of work with HR or work with position control in schools to see if we can't get them all at the same school.
I think it would be really helpful. I was looking through my old files and I found an email back from two years ago, I think, towards where it was a chart which had all the schools, their capacity for enrollment. Then it had how many kids were actually enrolled, and then how many kids were enrolled in each one of the different schools. And I think 2 years ago we had about 1,000 kids that transferred in from other districts. So for me, that was really helpful, and I was wondering if it would be possible to get an updated.
Yeah, definitely. Will you just quickly share what the team has been working on? Because this
Sure.
is
So,
exciting.
what's exciting for us is because we're kind of starting earlier just on our end, not necessarily the board policy piece, but our goal is to give lifetime action to parents. So for example, like you spoke about, we have to list the capacity for every school before, as we do open enrollment. We haven't done that because of time, but what happens is we do list the capacity. We're working in tandem with our team. So therefore what happens is a parent can actually go on and say they want to, say, go to Saddleback, for example. I can go onto the website, I can see if there's any openings for Saddleback, and it will tell me if there is or there isn't, even by grade level. Say, for example, if it is closed and it says, hey, we're closed to capacity, it also allows the parent to see the schools that have open enrollment so that they don't have to keep going back and forth. That's a one-time stop where if that's closed, then they see what other schools are open. So it's lifetime action and in regards to showing the progress of enrollment.
And I do hear what you're asking for is not exactly that, but I wanted you to be able to hear this. We definitely, I actually can visually remember the document you're talking about. So we will, as we get closer and have, students enrolled, we will be happy to provide that to the board.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Bustamante. I just wanted to share with the community, this was an item I was really excited about, and thank you, Dr. Perez. I know this is something that Ed Services has been tasked with and has really been looking at how we can ensure, even though we have a more open system where folks have a lot of choice, families have a lot of choice, that we can, even though it's a little bit more complex, that we can really streamline things and make sure we get information to parents and to sites in advance. So more to discuss at the next meeting on that. But thank you. And with no further business to come before the board, this meeting is adjourned. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Tuesday, January 13th, 2026 at 6 p.m. Thank you, everybody.